And we are reconvened. So, I'll ask the county administrator if he has any advice on, but I believe that we are going to have to talk about the supplemental budget before we do much else. Is that correct?
My recommendation would be to discuss and resolve the direction you're feeling would like to go on the supplemental budget, because that does impact the proposed budget. And then you have as long as you need for deliberation on the entirety of the proposed budget after you discuss the supplemental for the
All
sheriff.
right, so let's begin deliberations on the supplemental budget ask. Commissioner Savas.
Before we get too far along, I did ask Gary, do you have an ETA maybe on what that FTE count? The request I made was, what was the FTE count 1 year ago? In the same breakdown that we saw for, with handout yesterday or today. But if we could see that and just do some math, and I just want to see where it was. And also I want to bring to your attention that many of you probably recall that were here last year. We had a substantial conversation about what is more important to fill first, right? And I think a number of us felt, I won't say, can't speak for everyone, but I felt a number of us felt that we ought to be, because the sheriff's levy was the most recent promise made to the voters, that ought to be, those positions ought to be filled first, or at least prioritized, right? So when I see the breakdowns, I'll have a better idea where we went from a year ago to today. But right now, I just want to remind you all of that, and also remind us that there's around $9 million roughly in the levy, in the levy fund.
Excellent.
So I'm sorry, can we just go through those numbers one more time just to get it fresh in my head so I'm fully, because we've got I have down here 1.5 million for the district, which is the ELED, and then the lead, they want 9 million, and for another 6.2 million, they're asking from the general fund, which brings up the ELED plus the general fund to 7.7 million. Is that correct? I got that in my head straight, okay.
They're not asking for
no.
any, oh, sorry.
No, they're asking for, that's in the other budget, so which one is the one we're talking about? The supplemental is for the ELED, correct?
And Fund 100.
And Fund 100, okay, great. That's all I wanted to clarify in my own head. Thank you.
And to answer
So-
Commissioner
so-
Savas' question on the FTE account, the finance team is working on it right now. How long do you think how much longer do you think it will take?
7.7 million, right?
Let me ask, but they are working on it.
Okay. As soon as we can, we'll have that for you, Commissioners.
Commissioner West.
So, based on everything we know now, I am still very conflicted and concerned about where we're at. It is very clear to me that willfully and purposefully, the sheriff overspent her appropriated budget. She wasn't underfunded, she was given a specific budget, and then, which was actually an increase from the year prior. She's given a budget, it's on underfunding, and you need to, and then the motion was super clear from this committee about staying within those appropriations. And then in the 11th hour, we're asking for a supplemental budget of $5 to $6 million from taxpayer money from general fund. And we're squabbling over whether we can fund children of incarcerated parents. We're squabbling whether we can give, maybe you don't know about this yet, $57,000 to house pregnant homeless women.
Right.
We're squabbling over whether or not, this will come up later, we potentially save and secure Safety Compass and protect children against sex trafficking. I would argue those all have implications around public safety. But now, with what we're dealing with in front of us, all those things are in jeopardy of being able to even do. We have an issue of, in a timely manner, picking up people who have become deceased and having enough staff within the county to do that. Things that we should easily be able to find the money in the couch cushion for. No elected official in this county, no department head has ever or would ever spend the unappropriated funds, nor have they. And I can't get around that. I can't get around how egregious. That's why the penalties I read out earlier are so egregious. It was a cultural issue. It was a mindful. It didn't happen by accident, and that's what we heard today. I am not. I have a prepared motion, but I know we want more discussion. I'm not prepared to supplement that budget. Go find the money. I can't get past the fact that we're here today with spending beyond the appropriations. I'll leave it at that. Like I can't. I just. We can speak more about dollars or here or there or review it, but that clearly is something we're going to have to tackle here today.
Ms. Lee?
Yes, I think probably we need Gary to tell us the consequences of if we don't do this, because I think dealing with the State Department of Revenue by not dealing with this is going to be consequential.
Again, there's been no over expenditure yet, or it appears that could be on the path if you don't agree to a supplemental budget. If we overspend or have a budget violation of overspending the adopted budget, it is a violation of Oregon state law. So we'll have a significant finding, not only in our audit, but the State of Oregon Secretaries of State's office will give you notice, commissioners, that we, unintentionally or not, violated Oregon budget law. There will be a civil penalty for the public officials responsible for violating the law. And I'm not sure who that would be at this point, which could result in a fine or a prison term. And then potentially, whoever was responsible for the overage would have to potentially pay that money back to the organization. So those are all the possible repercussions.
And that's why it's so important that we don't gloss over that and say, well, don't do it next time. No other department or elected official has overspent appropriated funds. It's just 101 basics, and that happened.
Commissioner Helm?
This is probably a question for Finance Department. Can positions from the ELED be, open positions be transferred over to general fund positions?
You mean the levy or ELE?
The levy, yeah, to balance that out in hindsight, kind of after the fact? Or the other way around, yes.
If general fund open positions could be transferred to the levy to be covered by the levy?
Or vice versa, yes.
Or vice versa.
Yes.
So the levy is limited in
Dedicated.
what it can cover, and so it would, really, CCSO would probably need to tell us what positions are allowable to be covered by the levy. However, my only concern is there's vacancies now in the general fund, and the general fund is still projected to go over. So it would actually have to be filled positions that are in general fund and allowable for the levy to cover. So then that way the costs could go over to the levy.
There are positions in the levy and in the Fund 100. They're the same positions. The levy positions were augmenting. So there are like positions. There are way more different types of positions in Fund 100, but the levy has 3 or 4 types of positions that are also in Fund 100. So those would be the positions, I'm assuming, that would be looked at. The other thing I do want to say that I think is important to remember is that we did commit the 13 positions for the courthouse at the $2 million. So that is included in this figure. And so whether or not you want to separate that or not, but I think it's important to say there was a commitment to fund those positions.
Commissioner Salas?
Yeah, so let's just build on what Cindy just said. So Cindy, a year ago, what was baked in the budget was, for the courthouse, was 7 positions
It was a
for the
total
courthouse?
of 13 positions that were funded for 6 months.
No, well, what I'm saying is baked into last year's budget a year ago, when we were sitting here a year ago, the baked-in appropriation for the courthouse was how many positions?
I don't believe it was part of the budget conversation last year.
It was not for the additional staff for the sheriff's office. It
Okay,
was not.
okay, so, with that, okay, thank you for that. That's all I need is the clarification. So I want you all to draw attention to, and we'll wait for the numbers that Gary's asked staff to look at, but just for conversation, if you turn to tab 9, page 3 for a moment. Part of the information is here, but it's not really broken down in the breakdown I'm looking for. So right above the boxes where the graphs are, you'll see it says the full-time equivalents in the light blue. And it's historic, so fiscal year 22, then 24. This is nice to have, but it's not broken down into sworn or non-sworn. So that's why I asked, because it went from, this is where I need help, Gary. It went from, increase from 500 positions in 23, 24 to the amended budget of 24, 25 to 515. So that's an increase of 15 positions. So I was just making the assumption that that was for the courthouse, or at least 7 of them were, or 6 of them were, but they're not. So I need to know what those were for and whether or not they were sworn, all right? So, and then if you go down even further to the vacant line, you'll see that the number of vacancies jumped, but there again, so did the count. It jumped from 33 to 43. So according to this, and this is prepared, this is the sheriff's version of tab 9 or the sheriff's proposed budget. So that the vacancies went up 10. Okay, so as I look at that, I say, okay, so there's a net 5, right? If you subtract the 10 from the 15. Okay, now, same thing, next page under the levy. It's 92, 92, and 92. And the numbers there show that baked in the budget is 11 positions, or it went from 19 to 11. So if I heard correctly, that number is now 4 for sworn, but I don't know if that number is for sworn and support staff or not. So that said, drawing your attention to this, and we'll have the clarifying numbers here pretty soon, but I just have a question, because to some degree, I'm trying to understand that when I asked the question of, well, it wasn't just staff we hired, it was M&S, materials and services and all that. So it would seem that if you're gonna have a levy, that you're gonna hire 92 people, that you would propose that in that budget, you would be, it'd be a fully loaded deputy with, a car, equipment, safety, all the stuff, computer, support staff, all of that would be baked in the number. And that's an assumption on my part. So if that is baked in and support staff is part of that, is that what I'm seeing is part of that 92? Is that include support staff? And if not, then maybe the levy wasn't properly funded in the first place. If it took all this ancillary stuff to help those 92 new employees and they needed more, that should have been paid for by the levy. You follow my thinking? So therefore, is it or is it not include support staff in the 92 employees? Or was it baked in at all?
So I can answer your first question, the levy question. I'll need help from the finance team or from the sheriff's team. So back to tab 3, on the FTE count you mentioned, the 500 to 515. So I, as the administrator, have the authority to approve new FTEs during the fiscal year, which I did for this current fiscal year, the last 6 months, 13 additional FTEs for the courthouse. And as the sheriff mentioned earlier, there were an addition of 2 new contracted city FTEs. So that's the extra 15 that happens during the budget year. So that is that's correct. It's in the amended budget column. You've not changed the money. As I mentioned earlier, it's still within the appropriations of what was previously budgeted for the sheriff. So there wasn't a need for a supplemental budget yet. So that's why the FTE count went up. It does count the 13 additional courthouse staff and the 2 contract city staff, as we talked about earlier, 500 to 515. So that, I hope, explains that. The levy, though, question, can the finance team answer that, please?
There are 6 non-sworn in the levy, filled positions, 6 filled positions of non-sworn.
Okay. And the other question, I assume that things under the umbrella of materials and services like a car, patrol car, and, all the stuff, computer, all the gear, cameras, all that is built, that's baked in there as well, right? That's a fully loaded deputy.
It should be, yes.
Yeah. So I guess if that's the case, I would assume that those costs would be pulled from there as well, right? So materials and services wouldn't be an additional expense for those deputies. It would be pulled out for those deputies out of that levy fund. So the sworn officers and the levy fund, those funds and the cost for those deputies is all coming out of the sheriff's levy.
And I would say that's what we've been working with the sheriff's office for the last couple of years, is to account for those costs. So all the costs for those staff positions are accounted for in the levy. So the general fund isn't picking those up. So we've been working toward that and I see the sheriff nodding. We've been very intentional about that for the last couple of years.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking of how much of that $9 million or so that's sitting there in the levy fund is something that we ought to look for filling the gap.
Chair Roberts?
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you as well. So Gary, this is a couple questions for you, kind of in reference to Commissioner West points, and that has to do with, first of all, the Moss Adams recommendations. And was it your understanding that you considered that complete in your conversations with the sheriff?
Yes, the sheriff mentioned that too, so let me clarify. When I met with the sheriff in April, I did tell her, with Under Sheriff Eby in the room, I felt the audit was done and complete and that we were finished. But then unfortunately, I saw that the sheriff's finance team projections changed after that meeting, and I'm going, what's going on? And that gave me the evidence that no, the audit was not complete, especially the timely completion, because how could projections change in the last month? It makes no sense to me. So I did say that in April, but I take that back. It's not complete.
Do you believe it was her understanding, knowing that it was complete, to continue with filling the positions?
Again, thank you, that was a decision of the board. That's when we come back to the board to have that discussion, which I talked to her about, and we agreed we'd do it at this meeting this week, which has happened.
Okay, so just to be clear, there was no time that you gave her any direction to stop filling those positions, is that correct?
It's not my authority to give direction or not, Chair. That's a board decision.
But it is your authority to add positions, is that
I
correct?
could add FTE positions, correct.
Right, okay.
And all I've added were the 13 courthouse deputies, as I've talked about previously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other cards up at the moment. Sandra, do you have a point? Okay. I'd like to ask county counsel up for a question. Now you get your questions, since you didn't yesterday. It's been asked if it might be possible for levy dollars to cover some of this. I know enough to know interfund transfers can get weird or other stuff, but I'm not an expert on government accounting. So could you speak to what may or may not be possible in terms of legal and policy?
Sure. I'm going to stay as far away from accounting as possible. But I can speak, I think, a little bit to the county's policy regarding this particular topic. So a board resolution was passed in 2011, which adopted the generally accepted accounting principles. And one of those principles laid out in the board resolution is that where The Constitution, state law, the provider, the board, or certain county staff require that money be used for a specific purpose. It is the county's policy to use that money for that purpose before using other money for that purpose. So to put that kind of more in plain English, the way that I interpret that board resolution is that if you have money that can be used for used for a purpose that's allocated in a special fund, you would use the special fund money before using general fund. So in this particular, what I'm hearing is that there are positions vacant both in general fund and in the sheriff's levy. And so it's really a policy question of between the sheriff's office and this board, if you're going to be allocating money for those positions, are you going to be allocating sheriff's levy positions, or are you going to be allocating general fund positions? And if they do the same thing under our policy, I think to be consistent with the policy, you would use special funds before you use general funds. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
I think it largely does. Are you aware of any issues with, or the finance department or Gary? Is anyone aware of issues? Say that there have been filled positions in both so far throughout the year. Would it only be going forward through the rest of the year that it could be adjusted, or could you retroactively adjust? Anybody know?
I think that would be a policy question, but I think for clarity, it would probably be a safer bet to move it going forward rather than to be looking back.
Okay. Anybody else have a?
And we don't know of any restrictions for that if it's just the current fiscal year.
Okay.
And if I could add, what Counselor Jane just said that is best practice. Best practice would tell you, GFOA would say that anytime you have a dedicated or a special funding source, the best practice is that you use the special funding source first before your discretionary revenue. And that is also in our cost recovery policy and our budget manual. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I don't know anything about best practice. I'm really just looking at our board resolution, and it looks like it's county policy.
All right,
So
thank you.
that information's helpful.
Anybody else have questions for county council at this time? All right, then. Whoever's got a question. Commissioner West?
If there are no further questions, I do have a motion.
I don't see any. Go ahead.
I move that the board rejects the CCSO supplemental budget request for fiscal year 24-25 and direct the staff to freeze all hiring immediately, make no changes to sworn officers' work schedule or salary and benefits, and make no materials and supplies and capital outlay purchases funded in Fund 100 or ELED effective May 29, 25 through June 30th, 25.
I'll second that for the sake of discussion.
Mr. Rhodes?
Does this preclude us from passing a separate supplemental budget after this? I mean, it just has some very specific directions for the sheriff's office for the remaining month, and rejects the current proposed supplemental budget. But I guess this is a policy question. Would that then prevent us from making the next motion for the new supplemental budget?
I don't think so, no.
I'll ask Gary to.
That's correct. You could make another motion. Should this motion pass, you could then do it. Yes, you can make multiple motions.
Customize a different supplemental
right.
motion, yes.
Chair Roberts.
Yeah, a question for Gary. Sorry. Yeah, a question for Gary. So it's my understanding you told the sheriff the audit was considered that they met those obligations, and then later you determined that it was not. My question to you is, did you follow up with the sheriff to say, hey, it wasn't met?
I told her this morning.
This morning?
I'm telling her right now.
Yeah, I guess, in my opinion, that had we known this, that was the direction, and we could have passed that on to the sheriff, I think that would have changed her spending way back, in the December timeline, which I can say, and I'll ask Montoya, we talked at the break about the cost savings that they have made on overtime, and maybe you could just point that out. We had a conversation at the break.
I want to be clear, Chair Roberts. I met with the sheriff 3 weeks ago and had this discussion. And as I just told you in the committee, with respect, the projections are changing every single day. Why is that happening? I'm sorry, that makes no sense. That's why I'm concerned, and I'm telling you all right now.
So could you talk about the cost savings on the overtime for me?
Yeah, so one of the things we shared with the chair is that since we met, and specifically since he met with CCSO in February, and there was a discussion to reduce overtime, that we have seen a significant drop in overtime. So roughly, in the 600,000 range down to 500,000. We were even seeing 400,000, 460, 420 per month. So it's significant, and I said if we charted it, you'd be able to see the drop on a chart because it is significant. So just pointing that out, that I think that there are controllable costs. He also did share that controlling overtime is only for limited times because you have to still send people to training and other things. So there is a bounce back. But anyhow, that's the sharing he asked.
Are you good?
Yes, yield back.
All right, then I'm unsure who's next between Commissioner Savas and Commissioner Helm.
I'll let Commissioner Holm go.
All right, Commissioner Helm.
Will you read that again, Commissioner West? And then
Yeah.
will somebody put it in P-brain terms for me, please, so I know what
Yeah.
the end result of that motion was?
And the goal of this motion is to begin to right the ship. Overspending appropriations, as we all learned, is incredibly serious, period, full stop. And so this is to allow us that next step to get to work on what we have to do for the county. I think the overtime issue that was just addressed speaks to some of the cultural spending issues. There's decisions to do this. The moment that it's brought to the attention, all of a sudden, let's scramble and see a off-the-cliff drop in overtime spending. Instead of continuing to go like this, we went like this. And so to me, that's cultural, that's intentional, that's willful in spending. And based on the seriousness of overspending appropriations, that's why the motion is worded the way it is. And for us, then we're going to have to make another decision beyond this motion. I'll read it again. I move that the board rejects the CCSO's supplemental budget request for fiscal year 24-25 and direct the sheriff to freeze all hiring immediately, make no changes to any sworn officer's work schedule or salary and benefits, and make no material and supplies and capital outlay purchases funded in Fund 100 or ELED effective today, May 29th, 2025 through June 30th, 2025.
And then this would spur the violation? Is that, is,
It would attempt to stop any spending over budgeted authority.
okay.
And to have to go back and do a little more figuring it out. I can't, there are other, I don't know, it's not an easy choice, yeah.
Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, so stop why I originally put my card up, but I'm gonna ask if the motion maker, Commissioner West, could clarify his motion by listing the dollar amount of the particular budget request, so that it's clear which requests we are. So if we do make another motion that approves a certain request, it's a different number, so.
Yes. I think I have this written down. I don't have it to the penny, but yeah, the 6.2 million is what I'm talking about.
It's,
Plus 1 point, plus.
yeah, so 7.7, I think, in total.
So it's seven.
Does it need to be an exact dollar figure in my motion?
Well, it
Or can I, if I do 7.7, like, I would ask that, I would
member
ask,
is
do I need
asking
to take
for-
a recess to get the dry?
A member is asking for that, it's $7.7 million.
Okay. Do you want me to restate the motion and add that into it?
Sure, that'd be easier.
Okay, let me do that. Right here. Okay, let me give this another shot. Thank you for bearing with me, everybody. I move that the board rejects the CCSO supplemental budget request for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of $7.7 million and direct the sheriff to freeze all hiring immediately, make no changes to any sworn officer's work schedule or salary and benefits, and make no materials and supplies and capital outlay purchases funded in Fund 100 or ELED effective May 29th, 2025 through June 30th, 2025.
So, do we need a second on this?
Second, my dollar figure, yeah, if you would continue.
Do you want a second? I will second for
No,
the
no,
same.
you can second it.
I'm
I just wanna-
seconding.
I just
for
still
the-
have my card up, so
Oh,
once
okay,
that's taken
okay.
care of, I wanna
I'm
just
going to
speak my-
second this for this, because I think we need to have a discussion about it. Yes, for the sake of discussion, I will second it.
Right. So that said, I'm just trying to do some number crunching here to better understand it, trying to understand what the fully loaded cost of a deputy is, right? So in a roundabout way, if we had no sworn officers, there's probably not a lot of need for a lot of support staff and a lot of other costs, so on and so forth. So I think that if the calculations for a fully loaded deputy are accurate and up to date, then that would be reflected. So what I've just done here is I've taken in the sheriff's proposed budget, I've taken in the 25-26, the shaded budget, I just took that number of $86,562,001 and divided it by the 515 positions, and I come up with $168,000 for a loaded deputy. If I go to the sheriff's levy, that number is different. It's anywhere, whether you calculate it in the gray or you calculate it in the column next to it, and it's anywhere between 198 million or 198,000 to 210,000. So I'm wondering why there's a delta, because a truly baked-in employee ought to include virtually every aspect of that. Granted, the jail would probably, again, it's a question, the jail probably makes that more complicated. Maybe it's more expensive, maybe it's not. Other aspects, but maybe it's not a big delta, but I just want to make sure that the numbers, when we're talking about deputies and we finally get the final FTE, I plan on taking one of those numbers and multiplying that number that was filled, and thinking that's the number that ought to be assigned of the 9 million in the levy to whatever the budget over expenditure is. So it's applied as fairly as possible, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Thank you. That's all I have.
Sorry, Chair, the sheriff provided that yesterday. It's $279,000 cost, fully loaded for a deputy. It's slightly higher or lower based on the deputy's pay scale, but it's $279,000 on average for the full cost of a deputy.
So you can understand my, well, again, when I take the 515, there's non-sworn in there, right?
That's correct.
And a majority of the levy is sworn, right? So with the exception of 6 positions, I'm told. So that number seems low. That's my point. If it's 279 and we multiply it out, that means that the sheriff's levy hasn't really paid the fully loaded cost of a deputy. Just saying.
Ms. Lee, and then I believe Chair Roberts is next.
Yes, I'll be voting no on this motion. I don't think it's responsible. I think that you need to have the support staff as well as the patrol staff to be able to do the job that needs to be done for the county.
And Commissioner West, if I understand your motion, it was to basically put a freeze on materials and services. Is that correct? I want to make sure I understand that first of all.
A little more than that, I want no changes to the sworn officers' work
Right.
schedule, salary benefits, and no changes to materials and supplies and capital outlay purchases for specifically a month. Until the end of the fiscal year.
So it was no changes. Did that mean purchases? I guess I'm trying to just clarify.
Make no material supply, yes.
So my concern with that is that, number one, they got food, gas, medication, body armor, body cameras, all those items that you're just stopping. So that means that you might get a person that has been waiting for a vest that we got to pay for it and they can't have it. So I would have concerns with that just because we have to have gas in the patrol cars. And that's really materials, as you heard earlier today, that's a huge cost. And we're not going to have anybody on the street.
I mean, I find the money. I mean, you don't get to overspend your appropriated funds. You shouldn't be able to come at the 11th hour with a supplemental budget request. I mean, yes, we find the money. We'll stay here till it's found. But like at the end of the day, that's what everybody in this county is having to do at the end of the day at their kitchen table. They have to figure out how to find the money to keep the lights on. And you have a budget every month, and you don't get to overspend. Every single director and elected official could come here and do the exact same thing, and they never do.
I come back to the motion at hand, no purchases on materials. And that's, I would interpret that if I was in their position as like, okay, everything stops today. And that's a concern I have.
So in 1 month, in 1 month it was a stop, you mean there's no way to go back and to figure out how to appropriately use the levy money first and to find additional, I'm not saying nobody's gonna make another motion to find supplemental money or funds here. But clearly, some of this has been a willful decision to spend money that wasn't appropriated.
Thank you. So I'll just, one note on that. I think the chair is saying his concern is, it sounds like the motion is directing, even if you have unspent appropriated funds for materials and services, we don't want you to spend it to ensure that you don't go over. That may not be the intent of your motion, but I think that's an easy way to interpret it. On that note, that said, I'm not sure how I feel about the motion overall. I do think we need to pass some sort of a supplemental or recommend passage of some sort of a supplemental budget. I'm not sure where I think that dollar amount should be. I'm personally of the opinion any supplemental budget that we do pass should not be viewed as an increase to the base of the sheriff's budget for 24-25 when projecting forward, and that for 25-26, we just view that as, for 4%, we're still looking at whatever the 78 or 79 would have been. That's my view. Otherwise, I see no way we can even begin to cover the long-term issues that we face. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Mr. Karn is at his
Who's
card.
first? Mr. Karn.
I understand the intent of Commissioner West's motion. I understand why and where we're at. I know we still have the sheriff here and her team. And I'm sure that they're listening and they understand the potential impact of the motion. So in an effort, and I know I hate this, we've been beating this all day, but in an effort to best understand the impact of what that might be, which reflects the chair's concern and a little bit of yours, the other chair, maybe we should invite or give the sheriff's office team an opportunity to address that impact? And can we make gains toward the motion with what? And because it's a very valid point. And certainly for me, if I was seated, I think of my friend Commissioner Helm. How you doing? You want to go to jail? No, on your first month of work, but understanding the motion and where we're at, and is there any way that the sheriff's office could make steps forward to meet the intent of this motion and get us to a point that we need to be in a balanced budget?
And I'm willing to change or adjust the motion if that can be shown.
Okay. So with that said, Chair, I'd like to invite whoever would like to come forward from the sheriff's office to answer a few questions.
Would you like to come forward?
Thank you. I guess I'll address the impact of freezing materials and services expenditures. We still have cost allocations that we pay monthly as part of materials and services, so we wouldn't be able to pay those. We have our indirect costs that are part of materials and services. C800 and CCOM are part of our indirect costs. We wouldn't pay them. We wouldn't buy jail food. We wouldn't buy fuel. We wouldn't buy the contracted services that parole and probation provides to their client base, in addition to the safety equipment and supplies that we wouldn't be able to purchase as well. So those are categories within the materials and supplies expenditure categories. And also we're contracted. I know, and I'm just sharing regardless of where the money is, we are contracted to pay many of these services, like the jail medical services. We have a contract. We need to pay them. And so I guess I'll leave the impacts of stopping paying those to your discussion. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Go ahead.
So the intent of the motion, I think you understand why. Are all of the materials and supplies, do they all come from Fund 100 and ELED, or is there some that would be funded through like levy? Are any of those funds ever funded through the levy also?
Yes, absolutely. We distribute all of our materials and supplies to the levy and the ELED.
Okay.
A proportionate number based on FTE, sorry, if that makes sense, yeah.
Thank you. I feel like the motion can be tweaked. The whole thing, I want to get the whole purpose is I want to get a control and ahead of the spending. And I don't want to see 1 month out, we get a change projection and we don't even have a clear idea exactly like what the exact dollar number is for the supplemental budget. We're still flying a little bit blind here. I'm willing to adjust this to, and I can reread it again, to remove my materials supplies portion of my motion. Budget-wise, how would that impact, and would that maybe alleviate, you think, some of the concerns if that was passed today?
I'm not quite sure. So budget-wise, if you remove that part of your motion,
Yeah.
right, and allowed us to make those payments on those contracted services and
Yep.
other services, what would the impact be of a hiring pause or a shift pause and all that stuff for the rest of the year?
But no changes to sworn officers' work schedule, salary, or benefits, and make no capital outlay purchases funded, as I said, but just remove my materials and supplies.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, Commissioner West. I don't think it would be a material amount of money, though, to be honest.
Okay. It wouldn't be a large amount of money.
Probably
in the
not.
Scope. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm willing to simplify my motion.
You should just withdraw your motion and start over.
And start over. Okay, I'll withdraw the motion, and I'll try again.
I wanted to make a suggestion. It sounds out because we have a lack of clarity on this, and that's basically what it is. And I did second this because I think it's important we have this discussion. But perhaps something more straightforward, that at this time, we will not be, supporting the 6.2 million from the General Fund 100, nor additional dollars of 1.5 million to the ELED, which brings it to 7.7 million. It doesn't preclude the fact that we can still look at this and maybe get some further clarity. But what I think that Jan's point is that it's not our purview to directly get involved in how this all works together and how it's structured within the sheriff's office, but it does signal that we have some concerns based on the budget numbers that we're seeing here today that we need to get further clarity on. So at this point, perhaps that's the best way to go is at this time.
Yeah, I
That to
agree,
me
and that's
is-
where I was gonna go.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's simple, that's straightforward. It shows concerns, but it doesn't have us directing the sheriff's office exactly, and it gives us more leeway and time to keep working on this, which is like Groundhog's Day for me, but that's okay. Okay.
And thank you for bearing with me. This is all very difficult to deal with and to figure out. And so I will try again. I move that the board rejects the CCSO supplemental budget request for fiscal year 24-25, a total of $7.7 million. And we direct the sheriff to freeze all hiring immediately, making no changes to sworn officers' work schedule, salaries, or benefits. And Fund 100 or ELED effective today, May 29th, 2025 through June 30th, 2025.
I think it needs to be far more simple than that. I think just right now, we are not going to move that money forward. I think that, this is just my opinion, so I'm not going to second this.
The only thing I kept was to protect and make no immediate hire changes to the sworn officers' work schedule, salary, and benefits. I took out materials and supplies, capital outlay purchases, and this is specifically for 1 month.
So,
May I add something to that really quickly?
Okay.
before-
There needs to be a second or the motion
yeah, I was
dies.
going to say, I want to pause for a moment to see if we have a second before we continue anything else.
I'll second it for
Good
discussion. Thank
discussion.
you.
We've got to keep talking about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, you're going to do it, yeah. Okay.
All right, then I think we'll go to Commissioner Sapp.
Well, I don't want to disrupt the conversation, but there's some relevancy to what as I've been crunching some numbers here, I just want to point out, and again, it's more of just trying to reconcile this. So Patrick, you're up here, that's perfect, so I want to ask you a question. And I know you're only been at this for a while, not years and years, I mean, in the sheriff's office. I know you have your background, so I respect that. My question is, how confident are you that the, I won't say the modeling, but the costing of a deputy and the costing throughout the department is now accurate and up to speed? And I won't qualify this so I don't trap you. I'm going to be really honest with, and that is that several years ago, when I asked the finance staff, and they were very patient with me, we were 2 or 3 hour conversation, and I realized that they didn't have the mechanisms in place to actually calculate the true cost of an employee, a loaded employee. They didn't have the true cost to actually calculate out the city contracts and a number of things. They didn't understand those tools. So I want to qualify that and say, what's changed? Is it changed? And how accurate do you feel? Because I have some numbers I think are surprising that I don't understand. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Please.
Well, I'm confident. I think we worked on these with the Department of Finance, with support, at least, I don't know. I'm confident, and based upon what I look at and what I understand, there's 3 types of deputies. There's jail deputies, patrol deputies, and civil deputies, right? I think the patrol deputies are the most expensive because I think it takes more to equip them. They have vehicles. We pass on fuel expenditures, things like that. There are salary ranges within that, though, and I think the difference between the ELED patrol deputies and Fund 100 patrol deputies, it's just that the ELED deputies are less experienced, and they're at a lower pay grade. So I think that's where that number is. So I am confident in that that is the true cost of patrol deputy. And I'm sorry, your second question was?
Well, I think you kind of answered my main question. And my point is that, so let me just throw this at you here. So I just took, in the shaded area of the budget, or the sheriff's proposed budget for ELED, I just took the $32 million. I subtracted out the 6 employees from, the 6 employees from the 92, and I divided that. And I came up with a cost of around 300 to 320 some odd $1,000 per deputy.
Per patrol deputy?
Well, that's a mix, right? The sheriff's levy's got a mix.
Yeah.
So it's not just for patrol, right?
So it's patrol, jail, and civil deputies?
Right. So I did the same math under Fund 100. I just did that same rounding, right? And subtracted out the support staff, right? Even though that should be calculated in, but I just still subtract that out. And I come up with $424,000 per deputy. Okay? So even though I subtracted that out, so I'm really wondering, is the actual costing, here's my point, is the actual costing of the sheriff's levy accurate? Because every way I look at this, I've done it 3 different ways. Every time I look at it, it looks like the sheriff's levy expenditures are artificially low. If I use that rounding, I'm not saying that's accurate, right? Because this is not science, I'm just doing rounding here. But it just seems like it's artificially low compared to Fund 100. So if that's the case, the number that keeps coming back, I keep on coming back that it's the sheriff's levy is being subsidized by around numbers of $5 to $6 million. I cut it 2 ways. I keep on coming up with the same number. It's a subsidy about $5 to $6 million. So I think that some of that sheriff's levy money is rightfully, possibly should be re-examined or appropriated to the Fund 100. That's where I'm going.
Okay.
Ms. Lee?
Yes, I would like to see a more general motion that speaks to having the commission itself review specific figures and come to its own judgment at a future meeting on what the supplemental budget should be. Oops. Forgot to turn off my phone.
I kind of think what I've kind of heard,
So I guess.
what I've kind of heard from the administrators, we need to do this today.
Did you have any more?
I request you do this today because it impacts the starting balance for the sheriff's office and the forecast to help you make a decision on the proposed budget. Please, thank you.
Okay, so my question is, isn't there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, let me just reiterate the motion. It is quite simplified. I think it gets to exactly what Commissioner Schrader wanted while also making sure we're, the only thing that's still in there is stopping hiring for a month and no changes to sworn officers. So I'll just reiterate it. I move that the board rejects the CCSO supplemental budget request for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of $7.7 million and direct the sheriff to freeze all hiring immediately, make no changes to any sworn officer's work schedule or salary and benefits in Fund 100 or ELED effective today, May 29th, 2025 through June 30th, 2025.
Ms. Lee, did you have anything else?
No.
Chair Roberts?
It'd be my suggestion or recommendation is for this committee to really look at where we can find common ground on this shortfall supplemental. And I've heard from finance, I've also heard from the sheriff's office, there is a little bit of difference. I believe it's close in some of the numbers. And I think that moving forward, I think the entire budget for this next year is going to be very clear on the direction based on the finances of the sheriff living under those guidelines for the whole next year. So I feel like Patrick is here, he's doing a great job. we need to bridge a small amount, we can just have the discussion about whatever that number is. And as we move later, I believe, identified what our budget is for this upcoming fiscal budget, the direction, I believe, will be really clear that this is, we're not getting into supplemental budgets. Here's your number for the entire year. And I think it will be clear to everybody. And when we come back here at the end of the year, it will be upon the sheriff's responsibility to be meeting that. I do believe there was some confusion. I don't believe there was any bad intentions in this whole matter. And I feel like both Gary and Angie, it's just, we've had some communication issues. And I think we're trying to work those out. I feel like we're making tremendous progress. You know, that was really my goal, is honestly, is to figure out how to bring us together. And it is important for the citizens of this county to see us working hard to kind of solve these difficult problems. And I believe in the numbers I've heard from finance and the sheriff's office, we could find some common ground on what that number is. So I just would encourage us to work on that. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Commissioner West?
And I don't disagree with what you said, Chair Roberts, but my motion is to specifically reject what we have before us from the CCSO. If there needs to be another supplemental budget discussion that happens with a different dollar figure that we all come to, fantastic. But my motion is still there. And this is not new. This has been years and cycle after cycle. This committee has had the tough task of trying to tackle this head on. We made some pretty bold moves last year. Those were not adhered to. That is clear. I think this cleans the slate, at least today, and we can still get to work about what to do next, but that's my motion.
May I offer a suggestion, Commissioner
Yes.
West? I think there may be some language in the labor contract regarding shift changes and incentive pay and things that we are obligated to pay if they come up. So you may want to amend that to include that are not, governed by the labor agreement. That
In my motion, it says no changes to any sworn officer schedule, salary, and benefits. So would that not protect whatever is in the? Right.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
So, I mean, really, operationally and logistically speaking, it's unreasonable, because there are just people's shift changes, there's scheduled shift changes throughout the year, so there's just naturally occurring changes. There's prescribed merit increases and benefit increases, and that are by the contract. I understand that or at least I believe that your intent is to protect adverse effects for the deputies, right?
Right.
But this also restricts all the natural operational and logistic movement and things that just occur, right? So it's too restrictive, I think is kind of what you're leading to.
Do you want to offer an amendment to my motion?
I will offer an amendment to your motion.
Thank you.
So that it reads more like you move that the board rejects the CCSO supplemental budget request for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of $7.7 million and direct the sheriff to freeze all hiring immediately. In Fund 100 or ELED effective May 29, 2025 through June 30, 2025.
I accept the amendment.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Mr. Karn, and
Do
then
you
I
still
have,
second? Okay. Yeah.
thank you. I'll go to Mr. Karn, then I have a question, and then I want to consider a vote. Mr. Karn.
Thank you. So this may be a question for Sheriff Brandenburg, which you might want to work your way forward. So with the motion that has just been amended on the floor, how does that differ in any way what you stated in your opening budget message as asking or an option to simply do a pause, whatever word we want to use, on hiring? So clearly understanding Commissioner West's motion, the amended motion by Commissioner Rhodes, how is that different, or is it different in your mind from what you said in your budget statement?
It would be the exact same thing. So if we're potentially going for the option 2, which is to pause on our hiring, we have to do that today. So as soon as you make that, the motion and the gavel goes down, because we are and depending on where we end up with it's going to go probably deeper cuts is what I'm hearing, perhaps, if you go with the 4% option, your option 2, that it's going to go even a little deeper. So that, I'm not going to hire people to lay people off, right? So it's the exact same thing. And I was trying to tell Patrick from back there in my mind was that we are already holding costs down. I have people asking Under Sheriff Eby if they can order paper, literally. So I understand your concerns. We're trying to mitigate the overage. We've been doing that. The overtime reflects that, quite frankly. That is a big, the overtime is a big cultural thing, but also we're under contractual obligations for different things, but also for us to look at our policies and practices. And I spoke to that with County Administrator Schmidt and with the chair, and I think with the finance team to talk about overtime, because I hear that, every year we hear that's a concern. And so we're looking at those tools to tell that story, to also look at our practices to ensure, right, that we are only spending those dollars when we have to. So, but our commitment is that we are doing that work that you're asking right now. And I understand your concerns, but we are doing our part.
Thank you.
All right, can we have the motion read back?
Do you want the amended motion read back? Or do you have this? Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner West's motion, amended by Mr. Rhodes and seconded by Commissioner Helm, is that the board rejects the Clackamas County Sheriff Office's supplemental budget request for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 in the amount of $7.7 million and direct the sheriff to freeze all hiring immediately in Fund 100 or Enhanced Law Enforcement District effective today, May 29th, 2025 through June 30th, 2025.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my question, then I'll come to you. So the way the motion's read, technically we wouldn't be ordering a freeze in the levy.
That was my question.
Is that, is that as,
Say-
The levy is not mentioned.
okay.
Could you please repeat what you just said? I'm sorry.
The motion before us mentions freezing Fund 100 and ELED hiring. It does not mention freezing in the levy, hiring in the levy. So those vacancies, whatever they are, could still be filled
Right.
under the motion. I just wanted to clarify that.
So the motion is only about hiring, right?
It's about not allocating this ask of money at this time.
Right, it's about saying no to that, but
Right.
the hiring freeze it speaks to is only 2 of the 3 sources of funding for the sheriff's office.
Okay,
It's holding the levy harmless, so.
Right.
Still higher fully in the levy.
right, that's what so I'd like to just call the question.
Can I, Sheriff, sorry, can I interject here? And I am on the same page with you, Chair, is that this would not stop the hiring of the 8 levy positions.
Yep, I understand that you may do that on your own.
Yes.
But the motion wouldn't require it.
But we're not giving you any additional dollars at this
Yep,
time.
so let's call the poll, please.
Okay,
Mr. Karn,
Aye.
Ms. Rader,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes,
Aye.
Ms. Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Cernak.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0. Chair Cernak.
Did we get?
Excuse me,
was it
10-0.
Mr. Carr?
Yeah.
Okay, so motion passes 10-0. Who wants to go next?
So just, Gary, those printed copies are coming out pretty quick.
Any second now.
Okay, because what I want to do is try to calculate out the adjustments and determine, and also maybe we can talk about the source. So looking at everyone, I'm wondering, I'm asking a legal question here. If the loaded costs are not quite accurate, and there's an adjustment necessary, and let's just say under the presumption that the cost per deputy is too low in the levy, and the levy's not paying its full share as it is implemented today, those excess resources could be used for this shortfall. Okay, so it would be an internal transfer of source, so that would still be a supplemental budget, right? Would it not, if it was internal? Okay, so I don't have the exact numbers, but let's just say because we don't have the exact numbers and we're not gonna settle that today, is it legitimate to do that in the hopes of trying to, once we get accurate numbers, to try to remedy any kind of an adjustment down the road, 2 or 3 months from now, to shift those funds? Let's just say we took too much from the levy or whatnot, if that was a priority, is there a means of resolving that? But right now, to come up with the dollars for the shortfall for 24, 25, as opposed to bringing in
I got it. Cindy.
other monies, bring the monies in internally from the levy fund.
For 24, 25, the action needs to be done by June 30th. There is no give on that.
Okay.
It has to be done by June 30th. Technically, the law says that you have to have a supplemental before you go over. However, I will tell you that from an auditing perspective, they don't look at it that closely. They look at amended budget. They're not going to parse it. I've never seen them parse it down to the date. Yes, Elizabeth's right. Our integrity would say we should be monitoring that closely. So, but law says by June 30th. So that's what, for fiscal year 24, 25. Now 25, 26, come July 1, we've got 365 days to review it.
Right. So I appreciate that, but I'm not sure you answered the one question I was asking is let's just say that as opposed to using general fund, county general fund to make 24, 25 whole, right? Whatever that number is. Is it, as opposed to that, is it okay to use funds within the sheriff's department, particularly in this case, the levy funds, and when we get better numbers, to balance the books afterwards?
So we could do a supplemental for the levy in 25, 26. And if you need to do it in.
I meant to 24, 25.
Oh, to 20,
balance
so long as it's
24.
before June 30th, yes, you can.
Okay. All right, so if that's legitimate, then I would move, and I'm not gonna name the number because we don't know the number yet. So maybe that's not worthwhile, but I'll just do it, I'll just put it out there. I move that we use existing sheriff department budget resources, whether that is the levy fund or Fund 100, to make fiscal year 24, 25 whole.
I'll second.
The way that I would interpret that is you want to make it whole out of stuff that's already budgeted, so that would have to come out of contingency, whether in one of the funds.
Well, as I think we learned this morning, there's somewhere between $8 and $10 million sitting in contingency,
Some of
Okay.
it's contingency and some of it is.
and some of it's not
Right,
contingency.
so that, your intention's to take it from, okay. Cindy, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I think if we can get an understanding conceptually of what you want to have happen, then we can fill in the technical pieces. I think we're kind of getting them all confused. I also think that we would be uncomfortable on the fly saying, the sheriff calculated their fully loaded costs, which is what they were asked to do last year. I'm not sure at this point for us to go in there and I think we should accept that this is what they say their fully loaded cost is. Now, but I can't, it's difficult, again, on the fly, to look at the different calculations that you're making to say whether or not they're even or not, because I'm not, it's unclear whether we're looking at the same things. And so if we can just understand where you want to go, what you want to see happen, and it sounds like you want to see a couple of things. One is that you want to use levy funds to partially pay for this year's projected shortfall. And what we would assume that what we would look at is like positions to like positions. In other words, the levy allows jail deputies, so we would look at funding some jail deputies more with the levy than with general fund. Again, I'm going to keep harping on this because I think it's important. We do, and we want to make sure we're including those courthouse positions in this conversation. So some of the additional money that the sheriff's office is requesting are for those courthouse positions. It's not all quote unquote overspending per se. So as I think Pat just uses the term nuance, but I think there is a little bit of a difference. So I just want to be clear about that. So you're, they've requested $7.7 million. About $2 million of that is for those positions for this year. And are you saying that you want to cover the whole 7.7? You only want to cover the 2 million? Where do you want to, do you want to cover anything for ELED? That's the kind of conversation that would help us understand.
Well, that's why I didn't raise any numbers, so my intention was to, if it passed, that we would reconcile that after we did some deeper dive, which we don't have time to today. And if we can wait another 2 weeks or whatever it may be, that's fine too. But my point was that we would reconcile it. But I don't think we got, I think what happened here this morning, what I've seen this morning, and especially the handout I've got here, I've got concerns because we have a lot of conflicting numbers. So my concern is we don't have accurate numbers to actually state accurate numbers to period. I mean, that's the discomfort piece of that. Okay. So does that help?
It does. I think we're all in agreement on the courthouse positions, that 2 million. The question becomes, how much more are you going to approve beyond that? And that's where the question is about whether how much is enough in those other projections. That's where we get to the dueling projections. So that's the number that you would have to delve into. Now, you may say, we want to do the 2 million plus no more than X, and you're going to have to find a way to fund that within existing resources.
Well, if I had solid numbers that we all could, have credibility in, then I'm ready to go, but I don't think we do. So I'm looking at you all, so I don't know if we should just, I can withdraw the motion, but if it doesn't have any validity, then I'll withdraw the motion.
Yeah. Could you read the motion again? I'm confused.
Pardon?
Could you read the motion again?
Yeah.
I suggest you withdraw the motion, Commissioner.
I move to withdraw, and I want to make a observation right now. We just got handed out the FTE counts, and I think it's amazing, but the FTE counts for levy 206 a year ago are identical to the levy to the FTE counts today, based on coming from HR. These HR numbers. So if you look at what's out there, it's 70 filled, it's 16 vacant, it's 86 total. So the vacant are still 16 as it was a year ago. And as you recall from our discussion last year, we felt priority ought to be given that the hirees ought to be priority in the levy and filling the levy. But instead, it looks like the filled positions have gone down by a total of 8, and that in General Fund 100 for sworn. I'm just looking at sworn here. So there's been a reduction of 8, and had those 8 been applied to the levy fund, for example, we'd be halfway there to filling the levy. So that's a big discrepancy. So it looks to me like the total amount of sworn added is, is this right? Is it 10? Gary? Is that right? Because it's 278 last year, filled in general fund 100. Now it's 288, and yet we added 13 deputies. These discrepancies they're red flags.
Commissioner
These are red
Savas,
flags.
Commissioner Savas, if I can interject, our team is working on it. However, there's a couple of nuances with the request that you've made, and that is temporary and part-time help get classified differently. And so our team is actually trying to strip some of that data out. So that's why you're seeing us scramble, because we want to make sure that we've given you the right numbers. So I'm asking them to verify some of that information, and it is numbers that we've pulled out of the system, but the system doesn't give us, like, we can't just put in a range like you've asked us for the year. So she's having to mash a report from one period and then a report for another. So if you could just give us a few minutes, and I'm sorry
Okay.
for that.
And just to look at it from another angle to make my point, if you only added 10 positions, if this is accurate, and we only added 10 positions, that doesn't add up to $6.2 million.
Commissioner, that's because the $6.2 million is for projected spending needs over and above these court positions. You're saying that their projections are higher than the budget, not just for these court positions, but their overall spending.
Well, I'm in the context of trying to make 24, 25 whole, so projections shouldn't even be a topic, right?
But no, actually they are, because that's what these numbers are being based on, still projections. The request that the sheriff's office, the supplemental request, are still based on projections.
30-day projections.
30-day projection.
Yep. Correct. Commissioner Schrader.
So I have a suggestion at this point in time. It seems like we're getting so down into this, and I think what we have done is said at this time, we're not authorizing this money. I think this discussion is a further discussion. Am I correct? Not necessarily right now in this milieu with the body. Gary, help me out with that.
I don't.
Well, we have to get it done, but we've already made the decision, we're not giving them the money.
Well, we're not giving them the 7.7.
We're not giving that
they asked for.
7.7.
Right,
That
that's
doesn't mean
exactly-
that we're not supplementing something we don't know at
Oh,
all or
okay,
confident the
so
number we
I'm-
want to do.
Okay, so that's what we're trying to dig down into, because I'm looking at the time.
Yeah,
And we're going to have to come to,
I want to take a 10-minute recess because I want to have a quick chat. So we'll recess for 10 minutes.
all right.
And we are reconvened. So on that note, I would like to make a motion. I move that the Budget Committee recommend the Board of County Commissioners approves a $6.5 million one-time fund supplemental budget for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. And note that the breakdown between ELED and general fund would be to come with some more analysis.
I can tell it right now.
No, we can tell you right now.
Yeah, for the ELED, the general fund support would be 1.2 million, and then for general fund support for the CCSO budget within
okay.
is 5.3 million.
Thank you. All right.
So
I may
that's
have
in
misspoke.
addition to.
Sorry, so I'll restate. I would like to move the Budget Committee recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve a supplemental budget of $6.5 million for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, one-time funds. And that's it.
If I may, to be distributed, 1.2 million to the ELED.
Yes.
5.3 million to Fund 100.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Savas.
So if we don't look internally, my concern is that on the 30-year spreadsheet, if we subtract out those funds and then we go back in and bake in these numbers and trying to come up with a number in the black, that it'll result in a bigger reduction for the sheriff's office in 25, 26. That's a mathematical reality.
That may be, my intent is to resolve the issue for 24, 25. Let everybody get through it. We do a quick recess, should the motion pass, so that the finance department can work on their projection, and then we can come back and look at what the budget would need to be to keep us in the black over 30 years. But this being one-time funds, it would not impact the proposed budget dollar amount. And so the impact would be $6.5 million plus potentially interest impact over 30 years. So fairly minimal, and a small tweak in the 25, 26 budget from what it would otherwise be will allow us to remain in the black. That's my thought and my intent.
So just for clarification, the motion is to use county general fund.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I would just think that would have enough impact on the, no matter how you do it, it's going to have an impact on the
Yes.
25, 26 fund for the sheriff.
Cindy?
So just a couple of things. We are.
Your microphone, please, Cindy.
Staff are currently calculating a one-time 6.5 million, the impact on the forecast. When the forecast is prepared, it's not unusual to have one-time costs placed in the calculation. So basically, they're taking the 4.4%, that was version 2, I think, of your, this morning, and they're just adding the one-time to see what that does to the forecast. And so the question is, and I think it's to Commissioner Savas's question, is the motion to use all general funds for all of that 6.5 million?
It certainly can be. It is a recommendation. My intent was that by the time it gets to the Board of County Commissioners to actually do a supplemental budget, you'd be able to know the breakdown between what would be ELED and general fund money, given that some positions are in the ELED. But I don't think we have time to figure that all out right now. And so
We do know the portion that goes to the E ELED.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Not the ELED, but the levy.
Okay.
And because I don't think we have the time to figure out levy versus general fund, my motion, which is recommendation, is to be general fund with the understanding that the Board of County Commissioners could evaluate a mix between levy and general fund dollars when it comes to them, should this motion pass.
We really do need clarity on how you want to, what funds you want to use. Your motion is general fund, that's fine. If you want to direct us to look into levy, we really need to hear that today.
Okay.
But that's not your motion, but if someone else is going to suggest that, now is the time to do that.
So if I was to
Is there a
amend the
second?
motion accordingly,
Yeah, is there a second?
Yes, there was a second.
Okay, thank you.
okay,
Chair Roberts did.
okay, if there was a amendment to include looking at the levy, what's the language that needs to be changed?
I think we'd look to the administrator to make a recommendation on that front.
I would probably recommend that you would just, a slight change to the motion, you would, offer 6.5 million in one-time county funds, whether general funds or levy, to be researched further, for our supplemental budget. I know that's kind of vague, but that gives us time to come back to you with what's legally allowed, not today, but soon, on how to distribute
Yeah.
the funds. Would
Yeah,
you agree with
supplemental
that?
budget for ELED and Fund 100, yes.
So can I
Fund
amend?
100 or levy?
Excuse me?
Said-
You kind of got a little, if you have a little matrix in your mind, so you've got the ELED and you've got Fund 100, and then you have choices on how you fund those, either with county general funds and/or levy. We will look at all of that, and that's what the motion is intended. But the top line is the 6.5 million, and of which 1.2 would be for the levy, would be for ELED, and then staff would be directed to recommend how to fund that.
Okay, so maybe a way to get there easiest is to amend the motion that for the resources of that 6.5 million yet to be determined.
Yes, that makes sense to me. Staff,
Between the general fund or the levy, those are the two options.
yes, to be determined between those two sources. Procedurally, can I just decide I want to make that
You
change?
can just, yes, you're just
Okay,
making the.
I would like to do that. Would you, as the second, would you be okay with that adjustment?
Repeat it one more, 'cause I'm trying to track this.
All right, so it is to give $6.5 million of one-time funds, which would be determined to be either general funds or the public safety levy, yet to be determined, but only from those two pots of money, $6.5 million one time to supplement the sheriff's budget for the current fiscal year, of which 1.2 million would be for ELED and 5.3 million for Fund 100.
Fiscal year 24, 25.
Yes.
I guess I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
Chair Roberts, I'm not sure if your microphone is on.
I'll second it for discussion.
Thank you.
Well, being that's what we have to do, and being that the funds can be determined, I can support that. That seems to make sense, but, you know, what I want to get to the bottom of is how we got here, if indeed only 10 sworn positions have been filled from a year ago. Just saying.
I understand completely, although I think that's an investigation for another day at this point. I am unsure who is next. Mr. West or Mr. Rhodes, do you know who?
I'll fight you for it.
You win. You win.
Yeah, here's also my understanding is it is completely up to the purview of the sheriff to decide whether or not she is willing to actually use levy funds first, and special funds first before using general fund dollars. We can make a recommendation, but we have had a lot of tension and disagreement and politicking around using the levy dollars first. This isn't new, but it is where we potentially have $9 or $10 million to help make up this shortfall. I know this is really difficult, and it's very stressful here today. And it sounds like the Board of County Commissioners and my colleagues, we have more work to do. I would, like the sheriff's here, I'd like to know she is willing to commit to using those levy dollars as we're intending here to try to backfill this if we come up with a solution that way. I think that would help me be more comfortable in voting for this motion if we had a partner in the sheriff that's willing to do that with us.
Just a quick question. Mr. Rhodes, would you want to comment before Sheriff Brandenburg speaks or not?
May I? Please. As a budget committee member, I understand the attractiveness of $10 million in the levy, and the value of being able to transfer that money and utilize it. But as a tax-paying citizen, sheriff approached the citizens with a levy that said, for this amount of additional taxes, we will do these very specific things. And then we, the voters, agreed and have been paying that tax. I pay that tax in my property tax, as do all of you. Again, as a taxpayer, I expect that money that I pay to be used to do those things that the sheriff has promised to do. It makes me uncomfortable to know that, in fact, that money was used for, any amount of that money was used for a different shortfall someplace else, due to accidental expenditure or outright misuse of money, whatever the reason. That money's collected from me for these specific things, and if it's going to be redirected, it's unsavory to me as a taxpayer. And I think that it is jeopardous, because this levy will end in '27, and we would need to pass a new levy. And this kind of transaction, if you will, is jeopardous to the passing of a new levy. When people start asking questions about how was the last levy spent, well, we didn't actually get to do all those things because I took some of the money to pay off this other debt that I have. And so I worry politically for the future of the future levy, that this is detrimental. And again, as a taxpayer, I don't like the way it feels, because that wasn't the promise. The promise was, I will pay my extra taxes and you will do these things, not this.
Can I ask you a clarifying question? Because I would feel exactly the same way. Wouldn't we not still be using those funds exactly as intended if we were able to make that supplemental shift for appropriate spending that's now being covered by the general fund and shift it to the levy to take up some of this deficit that we find ourselves in? So it's not, you're still using it as intended, we're just relieving the general fund and spending it first in the levy, is my perception. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, because maybe I'm not following. You're saying that if we took,
So
would I feel the same if you took general fund to support the levy?
No, like just, and without numbers, just like principled and philosophically. You have 10 new positions for the courthouse. They're the exact same job description as what could be covered by the levy potentially, or something like it. I'm just using that as an example. I'm not, it doesn't have to be, I don't have to be exactly, I don't know if these types of deputies could be covered by levy. I don't know. I'm just saying hypothetically, or some other position, and we just begin to shift it first to cover those funds in the levy. Then we have less pressure on the general fund, which means we have to do less gap filling out of the general fund. And so it's still meeting the intent while also using the levy funds to help figure out where those, does that make sense?
So maybe if I could.
Sheriff Banner,
Here,
can I
as an example, the levy funds some very specific things. One of those is 18 patrol deputy positions. And if there are currently vacant patrol deputy positions in the levy,
what if they're filled in general?
I would rather those levy patrol deputy positions be filled, and the money that I'm paying for the levy pay for those deputies. Yes,
But what if it's in general?
and I'd rather the vacancy be moved to general fund.
Correct.
Yeah, and so if they're apples to apples, if they're jail deputies to jail deputies, if they're patrol deputies to patrol deputies, I would always prefer the levy money be spent first. Yes, and so those vacancies, right? And my preference would be, and I don't get to command the sheriff to do this, but my preference would be, and it appears that our policy is, you would fill those positions first and leave the general fund ones vacant if you have to choose. Leave that. Yeah.
This would be, we never do that, so we should be now doing that.
We should do that.
And so I'm thinking that if we do that, that relieves some of the general fund obligation because we're making the shift to the appropriate funding source.
Right, which I'm fine with, but that, what we're talking about, if we did that today, that's 30 days, that's 1 month in the remainder of this fiscal year.
Well, hopefully they would stay there.
Right, and then they may stay there in the future, but for that 1 month impact, that's gonna be a pretty small impact on the $6.2 whatever million that we're talking about. So I don't know that that's gonna solve that's not gonna solve the problem. That was my comment, that's all I have to say about it.
I'll note that my intent in leaving it vague and open is so that analysis can be done to see what could appropriately belong in the levy versus the general fund to end.
I understand. Before you ask the sheriff, is she willing to spend $10 million of the levy on this shortfall? I mean, I think you should be pretty specific about what you're asking, because I'm not going to speak for her, but I'm going to guess what the answer is.
So there was a question to you, Sheriff. I'm not personally remembering exactly what it was.
I think it was about covering the general fund shortfall with levy dollars. And I go back to the December 17th presentation from Cindy Becker in front of the board about the audit and this levy discussion about funds. And because I think the Moss Adams audit talked about backfilling general fund dollars. And at that time, Cindy Becker said, that's not what we're talking about. We're not asking to backfill general funded dollars with levy dollars, but that's the discussion we're having here today. That is dangerous. The taxpayers, as Mr. Rhodes said, they expect a service, and they are getting that service. Every fund has vacancies at times. Like I said, it's a rolling vacancy because we move people around, 607 folks. So by the nature, I can tell you, I think we handed this out to you, 4 patrol deputies, patrol sergeant, 1 detective, 2 jail deputies. This will probably change tomorrow. And it's just the nature of how we fill positions, people move around on their assignments. So we are doing the work of the levy, and I don't want the voters who voted for the levy, who share very serious concerns like Mr. Rhodes about us being good stewards of those dollars. And so protective about the levy, because that's 92 positions. Do you have the money to fund 92 positions in a body-worn camera program? You do not. So we have to protect the levy, do the work of the levy so the voters have confidence in the levy. And that's my job. I work for the people of this county. I'm the one who asked them to spend their dollars to fund this levy. And that's why I'm protective of the levy. It's not political in the sense that I want to have a fight about those dollars. If you look in your packet, I gave you the explanatory statement from the ballot title. So I do think it's a matter of law. I disagree, County Administrator Schmidt, that it is a policy. At the end of the day, you are the body that guides these dollars. So at the end of the day, you are the stewards of all the dollars. I acknowledge that. With that comes with a responsibility to follow the ballot title so that we have confidence from the voters. And in there, it talks about additional services, law enforcement services, not instead of, not in lieu of, and not to pick up a shortage. So that's the difference. And I had a county council opinion of Stephen Madcore that agreed with me, that said it's not in lieu of these services. So that's where we find ourselves. And for us, at the end of the day, I can look at the voters and say, I'm using your tax dollars for this levy wisely. We want you to renew. We want you to trust that we're using your dollars wisely.
That's a no, I take it.
That's a no. Yeah, that is a no. At the end of the day, this is a long no, sorry. At the end of the day, you are the governing body of this county. But I strongly caution you to listen to Mr. Rhodes and what he said as a tax-paying citizen of this county and the intent of those dollars.
All right, so I'm going to go to Chair Roberts next.
So, a couple questions. I think that for Patrick also to explain, which is, I just to familiarize the Budget Committee on it, is that you have a levy position and you have a levy number that goes with that position. So they are specifically assigned. So when we look at our budget, it's this position is levy funded, right? And they're tied. So moving it outside of that funding stream is, to use it for some other purpose is not allowable. Maybe, and Patrick, could you talk about that a little bit?
Well, I think you said it.
Okay.
Yeah, but a couple of things to add as well. If and when the levy is renewed, we collect, I think, the taxes in November. Is that right? If and when the levy is renewed and we do not have any contingency left over, let's say, we will not have a levy program from July 1st to November until we collect taxes, right? Without that contingency to pay for that period, right? So I caution I remember, I think earlier in the week, there was a discussion around contingency, and it should only be used for really big emergencies. And if the board considers this an emergency, that's your decision, right? But I just wanted to remind you of that conversation earlier this week. Additionally, using levy funding, once again, there's a disagreement on projections. It could mean that the levy runs out of money in '27, and maybe even sooner in '27 than we're projecting right now. So just wanted to share that information with the board here.
So I think the concern that they have is trying to make it in the levy. And there's really kind of two options that I see is you can ask them to go ahead and use those levy positions. But if it's not going to make it, then this board would have to be responsible for stepping up. So for her to come in on budget and meet her financial obligations, right, is why she's saving those positions. So if you would want her to do that, then this budget committee would have to make a commitment saying, hey, you know what, we want you to use them for right now. If there's a shortage before that levy ends, then we will step back up and help support it. But hearing what Patrick has said, their projections right now are the fact that they can't make it. So I can sympathize with the concerns because, again, they want to come in on budget, make sure that they have the numbers to complete their commitment to the public, which is really what James was saying as well. So with that, I'll yield back, sir.
Thank you. And I'm not sure who's next between Commissioner Savas and Ms. Rader.
Go ahead.
Mike.
So I think all of us are trying to find the money somewhere to cover the shortfall. And the bottom line is it's a shortfall. So you either take one-time money out of the general fund to plug overspending. I mean, all of it looks bad. All of it. It just doesn't look good. So how do you, so I'm searching for an answer of trying to find the money to cover it and keep the positions and not have a deficit spending, and at the same time not have you have to lay off or come to the end of the term of the levy and not have enough money to function. I mean, help me out here, because we have looked at every possible fund. There's been a change of accounting. There's been certain monies put in, moved around. It is so hard to follow between the change of accounting and the different allocations to even try to help you out. And so I think it just all looks bad.
It does.
You know, it looks bad on the taxpayer on the general fund side. It looks bad for the taxpayer for the levy. And when we get to the time of that levy, we're going to have a lot of explaining to do. So I mean, I don't have a solution. The best solution, I kind of like the idea of using the money in the levy fund or the contingency, and then in the coming budget, try to fix it so that, you know, you can manage through the end of the year. So I mean, I want to help. I don't want anybody to go to jail, and I certainly don't want to, you know, get into a situation where in the levy and we all look ridiculous. So any suggestions?
Well, I'd like to speak to, my budget's been underfunded. I was told to hire. And that is, it's not a surprise that we find ourselves here with the budget. And
I mean, underfunded, we don't have the money. So there's no, yes.
But I was told
Ms.
there
Rita,
were-
is your microphone on?
You can't, you're underfunded, we know.
It's not on.
from last year. But that doesn't mean you get to spend. I mean, you know.
But I'm also told to hire. So you can't, it's a conundrum for both. And that we were told to come back for known expenses the bills that we have to pay that come due towards the end of the year that will be in the red come back for a supplemental budget. So those are the things told to me to come back to this board for a supplemental budget, which is what we're doing. To speak to the levy and the potential deficiency in the levy, there's $9.5 million in indirect costs that the county developed this model onto the levy, not only the levy, but across other funding sources that were not anticipated, were not built into the levy. And in addition to the costs of our collective bargaining agreement that went up, that we didn't anticipate. We looked historically at a 5% increase to keep up with COLAs and different things, and that was blown out of the water with the collective bargaining agreement that the county entered in with the CCPOA. And then the other costs that have gone up. We projected looking at the history of materials and services, materials and supplies, right? So those things contributed to where the levy is at. So I wanted to talk to that.
Yeah, it doesn't give me a huge solution of how to help. I wish I could.
I appreciate that.
My understanding was, I hate to jump in here, but I'm going to do it, which I really do, was that you would hire within the money that you had. And that doesn't seem to be what's been happening here to me. And that's what worries me. Okay, we told you to hire. We didn't give you a number to hire. We just said, here's your budget, hire. And if you can't hire enough, well, then there you go. I mean, the whole point is staying within the confines of the dollars that are already there, which is what I've heard you saying. And I don't understand why you haven't been able, and no, but there's no clarity because of the differences in budgeting processes. I don't know how many times I have to repeat that. I don't want to blame anybody, but when we said to hire, that's what we meant. At least that's what I meant. So anyway, if the public wants to throw tomatoes at me because I made a mistake, because maybe I didn't clarify what I meant, but that's what I meant. So the whole issue is, why is there a shortfall? We did tell you to hire. But you're supposed to hire within what you had. And there's no clarity.
Well, I'd like to address that.
Yeah,
We said that we could not make it with the budget that was provided to us. We were challenged with the projections that money was in the budget to do that. And we said, we don't believe that is, back to our budget projections. And we were told, we believe the money's there. If it's not there, that you would be covered.
Well, can't you use contingency is my other question. But don't we have a contingency in this particular fund, in the ELED, that you can use?
Yep.
Isn't that what a contingency is for? Or maybe it's reserves. I don't know.
I just compelled to just jump in. So I agree a lot with what Mr. Rhodes said, but I want to put a little bit of a spin on it. And I want to go back to last year when we were talking about the budget. I'm just going to read something here. One of the things that we talked about here, I would like to move that the committee require the sheriff to produce an operational financial spending plan for the implementation of the levy for the remaining funds over the life of the sheriff's levy and details the sheriff's intend to spend the money as described by the levy language, to honor the language of the levy. I was strong on that. A number of us were strong on that.
Unanimous.
So Sheriff, where I disagree a little bit respectfully is that, you accurately probably said there's not enough money in Fund 100, right? But we also said prioritize the levy. So the levy had the funds, still has the funds. So instead of tapping the well with water, we tapped the well with very little water. And that's why we're here. Now we got to backfill with another well for the well that was mistapped when it should have been the levy in the first place. That's where I disagree, respectfully. So
Can I respond to that?
What I want to say, and I back that up with the fact that here we are a year later, and we still have, according to this, 16 vacancies in the levy, and I want to honor that. And it's the same as it was last year, exactly 16. Now, I know that number moves around, but if the levy was prioritized and there's a vacancy open, and the people that ought to be filled first, okay? So all of that is that doing more research after the budget season, I felt that if we can't fill these positions by the time we got here today, June, May of this year, then we ought to look at not collecting the full amount. If we're not going to fill the positions, why should we take the money from the voters and reduce the amount? And legal looked into that, and it's a legitimate thing to do. Reduce the amount of the levy if we're not going to fill the positions. Because I said it last year, I mean it now, I truly want to fill the intent of the levy. And we're not doing that. It would show here in the FTEs being filled, and it's not. We're in the same place.
We project the levy will be out of funds before the conclusion of the levy. So I have a responsibility to manage that fund to ensure we get there. I know there's a difference in our projections, but we are confident, and I would be negligent to continue to put pressure, monetary pressure on the levy and run it in the red.
So that means what you're saying then, indirectly, is that if it's going to run in the red, it's not enough money to actually pay the bills. So what you're saying is the levy is by fulfilling the mission of the levy, there's not enough money.
Yes,
Which
because of the
means that we need to
$9.5 million
recognize-
that has been taken back from the county that was not, when the levy was built, this indirect cost model was not factored into the levy. In fact, it didn't pay the first year of the levy.
So what we need to do then is go back and say, folks, we can't do this. Here's the adjusted amount. And I was trying to get to that early, what the really cost projections are to actually run and fulfill the levy. If we can't do that, we ought to be honest about it. And we're not. That's the issue. So either not collect the full amount or figure out a way. But it's not, everywhere there's pressure. There's pressure all around us. Everyone's suffering from expenditures exceeding revenues, right? And this is the case. This is the case again.
Right, but I think to be transparent with the voters, when they were asked to support this levy, those costs were not factored into the levy. In fact, if I had had my preference, we would have not charged the levy during this cycle, these new costs, until the next cycle. So we could be transparent to say, this is where your money is going.
I would feel better, let's just say, I think that those arguments stand if there's zero money left in the levy. We haven't expended the levy. If there's money left
there
over
will be.
sitting, that's what we heard last year.
We project that
But we
it
heard
will
that-
be by the time this ends. You didn't have that last year because we didn't have the ask of the levy spending plan, right? And we know that. So we presented that to you. It will be out of funds, not from mismanagement, not from, using that money somewhere else. It's the pressure on this fund that we never told the voters, this is where your money's going.
So that if we follow the trajectory of the vacant positions, we won't use those funds.
Well, I'm not sure.
I guess we can respectfully disagree. Now, relevant to the motion, I'm going to go back to the motion. Relevant to the motion, I'll be adamant that the courthouse, the $2 million for the courthouse deputies and expenses, that $2 million should not come out of the levy. It should come out of general fund. I want to make that perfectly clear. And I think that's I think we can all agree on that. That's a clear conflict in my opinion. But, I yield back.
Commissioner Helm, I saw your card up. Okay, Ms. Rader, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, Mr. Rhodes, you are next.
Shift gears to the ELED portion of this, which is, we're calling it 1.2, but it's, the real need is $1,181,832. I mentioned this earlier. My concern is that the ELED passed a budget earlier this week that had a general fund contribution of about $676,000. The understanding was that would be a sufficient budget for 25-26. And it now appears, what we learned from testimony today, that that may not be the case. Further illustrated by the fact that we need $1.2 million just to complete this current fiscal year. My concern is if this number is correct, then this, again, with the 1.2 for fiscal year 24-25, and this will right-size the ELED for the remaining month of this fiscal year. And I can, I think, reasonably anticipate a great deal of concern, financial shortcomings in the coming fiscal year of 25-26, given what we see here. Will we not then be here in the same place next year, asking for a supplemental budget to sustain the ELED for 25-26?
So much like, I think it was, the numbers are blurring together, the years. The first year I brought this to the committee to say the service district cannot support all of these positions. I recommended, as the administrator of the ELED, to cut those 3 positions from the service district to right-size the budget, and was told by this body that we were going to, not this body, the ELED Budget Committee, that we were not going to eliminate positions, and that general fund would continue to pick up those positions. So yes, and so now we are probably, if I look at the dollars with the cost of the deputies that we worked with finance, that we're about five deputies. So the district, much like the other districts, are not keeping up. And every year, I believe, more general fund dollars, if things aren't changed, will go towards picking up those deputies who are continue to be more expensive. So we will be here next year, unless I'm directed to operate within that budget for the ELED, which means to have vacancy savings to meet the end of next year for the ELED. Does that make sense? So the 676,000 is a number based on the projections, working with county finance, and we know more now when that number was developed because we have actuals for this year. And before, we had commingled things. It was icky. We created a different fund with county finance. We now know the true costs. So we're now realizing what those costs are.
Thank you.
Yes, the answer to your question is yes. Sorry, it's a long-winded, but
Yeah. If I put on my hat as an ELED board member and an ELED budget committee member, I request that we need to begin this work, and I would hope that you would include your ELED committee in coming up with the solution for this, because the answer cannot simply, it just can't be coming back for another supplemental budget. And the reality is that we need to get those numbers, which are frustratingly hard to pin down, but the work needs to be done, because if that number is wrong, and it is $676,000, we cannot sustain this for the next year, right? And so we need to solve this problem before we come back next year. This is absolutely not okay. That we're gonna leave here today anticipating that we will have a budget shortfall, and we will be back asking for over $1 million for this. So we need to solve the problem. And yes, if that means eliminating positions, if there's no other solution, then so be it. But we need to know what that number is, because we're going to have to, the sheriff is going to have to live within that allotted budget.
and as the administrator of the ELED, the policy decision by the ELED Budget Committee was to.
I said past
use
tense.
ju-
I'm
right,
talking
and-
about the future. I sit on this committee you're talking about.
I
Going
understand.
forward, we need to solve the problem, and I'm willing to do that. But we
the
need to
taxing
begin
dis-
that discussion soon, not later.
The taxing district doesn't have the money to cover. And so that is I think, the direction of the board, which is comprised of the Board of County Commissioners. What is that policy decision? What is that direction you're giving me, the sheriff, as I deliver these contracted services, basically? So I know you're looking at me to.
I'm sorry, so you're asking me to make a motion to direct you to fix the budget?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it is a policy decision for funding these positions. There's not enough money in the district. We know
Agreed.
that. And every year it's going to continue, right?
True.
Right. And so there is an issue, just like other service districts that are not keeping up. And that is a decision by the ELED Budget Committee to address. Just like I tried to correct the problem by saying we can't afford these positions, I believe they needed to be eliminated, not the deputies, because we could move those into.
Vacancies.
Right, vacancies, right, so I'm not cutting people, but to really right-size the ELED, because it's not right-sized. But what I heard was that we're not gonna do that, we're gonna use general fund. So that's how we ended up here today.
Okay, I understand that.
Thank
And I
you.
appreciate that, and I get it, and I agree with every bit of that the number of deputies can't remain at 36 with the revenue. It needs to come down from there.
Or 30.
Unfortunate is that 30, whatever it currently is, needs to be reduced. What I don't want to hear is, again, because we've heard it enough, right? You keep saying, well, they told me to hire, and so I hired. I get it. I am telling you that we need to fix that number then, because I get it. The number's too high, the cost is too high, the revenue doesn't match it, so we need to fix it. I am imploring you to begin fixing it now and not 11 months from now, where we're back here asking for a supplemental budget. Please, I would love to work with you on that, or Patrick, or whoever you wish, but we absolutely need to fix that. And we can't come back asking for more millions of dollars saying, well, the number's too high, so that's not gonna work anymore.
And I say again that as the administrator, as the provider of contracted services, the ELED board, which is comprised of the county, Board of County Commissioners, provide that direction to me. To live within that budget for this next year, if $676,000 is only gonna get us so far, that means we will have to operate with less deputies in the ELED to live within that budget.
I agree.
Yeah. So we should not be here next year asking for additional general funded dollars, but we will be operating with less FTE in the ELED based on the money given to me. Last year, I was told to fund 36, or to provide 36 deputies in the ELED, to not eliminate positions, that it would be picked up by the general fund. That was my direction last year. What I'm
Understand.
hearing this year is that's a different direction that this board is talking about. And it's a
Yes.
common theme across all the funds.
Yes.
And on that agreement, I'd like to move to the next person.
Am I next?
I think there's a couple people in front of you.
It's just, Chair,
Well-
point of order, as far as time, can we do a time check so we know when we're next gonna take this vote? There is a motion.
There is a
and there's
motion on the
second,
floor.
And it's been clarified that the funds will be a combination, some sort of combination be reconciled to be between the general fund of the county and the levy. And I know that there's several other motions to be made and about an hour and a half to do all that work, or so, unless we want to go beyond 5 o'clock.
I mean, I'll interject. And no one, I mean, I hear your argument, Sheriff, around, your argument around the use of levy funds, and then Mr. Rhodes, yours too. Apples and oranges a little bit. Other sheriffs utilize those levy funds first, and then showed that they were spent and used, and then that would tap into the general fund. And as somebody who pays for this service, I want to see that exhausted before it taps into the general fund. That makes sense to me. I will not vote for this supplemental budget of 6.5 unless we have a common agreement that when possible, we're going to relieve the general fund when appropriate with the levy funds. And you still seem to be resistant to that, Sheriff, trying to help to get out of this sticky widget. I know other sheriffs did it differently than you. You were choosing to do it this way. I want to get beyond this, but I am a no, with how this conversation is going, I am a no vote. And if I have to stay till midnight, that's my duty. But it's just so frustrating because if you have a deputy over here in general fund and a deputy that could be in the levy fund, and we decide that we're going to keep it in general, and we can relieve and mitigate this issue for everybody, yourselves and the taxpayers, and just shift it over to the levy. This is like, I'm going crazy. Yeah, and I'm not saying don't use it, don't back, I know your argument, I agree with you, but I don't think that's what anybody is asking, Mr. Rhodes and Sheriff Brandenburg. So I have no more comments, but I'm a no based on how this conversation is going. That's uncomfortable because my husband would love me to come home for dinner. But I don't know if that's happening because we clearly are stuck in a very difficult situation.
So, I don't know what sheriffs you're talking about. Every levy is different. Every levy is structured differently. Services promised or how it's written is different. So this levy, and for me, it's a matter of fulfilling the intent to the voters. That's the hill that I'm on.
But the intent, Sheriff, is to spend it, and if it's even exhausted, the general fund would have to step up. But we are not getting all the services that we have put as taxpayers into that fund because it continues year after year to just accrue millions and millions more dollars unspent.
So
We've been here before.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Well, the math is clear that, we can see it on paper.
I disagree with
It was
that.
on the screen earlier today.
We need to move on.
We do. Gary, do you think we should call for
It's
a
like a
vote?
2-minute break.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you, Chair.
Excellent.
2-minute break, please.
2-minute break.
So, for example,
And we are reconvened. I was going to ask the sheriff to step back so that we can deliberate and get out of the back and forth, but I see that she's not here anymore, so that's easy. They are, I know, but I'm.
he would like them out there.
I would like, I want to be done with the back and forth so we can move on. Administrator Schmidt.
Thank you. A quick process, time check. So the Board of County Commissioners, you still have an executive session you need to do today. So keep that in mind. The full committee, this building is closed tomorrow and staff are not scheduled to work. If you intend to meet tomorrow, I need to know now. So either how late do you want to go tonight? Do you want to go until you're finished? Or if not, knowing the board still has to meet tonight, would you like to meet tomorrow? But I do need to know that now if you intend to meet tomorrow.
I don't think we can get through unless we meet tomorrow. I don't want.
Yeah, can we straw poll the committee for that, or is that?
That's fine. No formal motions, but
Yeah.
I need to know either how late you're willing to stay tonight, or if you want to meet tomorrow, because I need to know if you're meeting tomorrow to open the building. And I mentioned, Chair, the Board of Commissioners needs to have an executive session today as well, before you go home.
I think safe harbor is to meet tomorrow.
I,
Hate to say it.
yeah, I say push through.
Okay,
I'll stay as long as you need me.
I'm game to stay. So who wants to meet tomorrow? I can go either way. Who could go either way, stay or meet tomorrow?
Either way.
Okay,
Okay, we're going to stay until you're done. We'll bring in food if we're going to stay till midnight, okay?
okay,
But knowing the Board of Commissioners, at some point, we need to take a break so they can meet in an executive session today.
okay.
What time is that?
Whenever
Whenever we
time.
decide.
Does it matter?
No.
So Chair, I
today.
call for the question.
All right.
Wait, okay.
No, we got to get done. So can we read the motion back and then,
Yes, Andrew.
Can we review what we're voting on, just quickly?
yeah, I'm going to have them.
Wait,
reread the
everyone, wait,
motion.
please. Andrew will read the motion. Let Andrew read the motion, and then there's some clarifying questions before you vote. Go ahead. Yes, this is for all of you, yes.
Chair Cernak moved, seconded by Chair Roberts, to give $6.5 million of one-time funds, which is yet to be determined, but only from general fund or the public safety levy, to supplement the sheriff's budget for the 2024-2025 fiscal year, of which $1.2 million would be for the enhanced law enforcement district and $5.3 million for Fund 100.
We had clarifying questions.
Call for the question eliminates questions.
Okay.
So
Oh,
call for the
okay.
question is, it ends the discussion. Call for the vote.
And call the poll, please.
Mr. Karn.
Please come back to me. Give me a second here. Go ahead with others.
Ms. Rader.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
No.
Miss Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That was a hum. No.
Mr. Karn, returning to you.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Cernak.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-2, Chair Cernak.
All right, so 8-2 we pass. Gary, what's the next thing we got to do?
Okay, you've finally resolved the supplemental budget question. Thank you. So do we need a short break to redo the forecast, or have you already done that? Please, 1 second. Staff, do you need time, or have you done the forecast update? How much time do you need? All right, so while they're doing the forecast, I would say if you have other sort of proposals you want to offer, now's the chance before you discuss the sheriff's particular budget for next fiscal year.
Okay, then, is it quick, Paul, or?
It's a
can-
technical question for the calculation. So I assume Elizabeth and Sandra and Cindy are roughly calculating how much of the sheriff's fund or the levy fund is going to be used for this 24-25 supplemental, right? Because you got to bake that in to the numbers for the forecast to some degree. And does that carry forward? If it carries forward, hopefully the general fund contribution doesn't carry forward, right? So I just want to make sure that we have an end product that we're in the black. And then what the base budget is based on, that keeps us in the black.
I think we're trying to put a box around 24, 25. The assumption is that this is one-time money, regardless of the funding source. It's one-time money, whether it's levy or general fund, and that's what we will be working on. And then we will build whatever we come up with, because again, if the 6.5 million is all general fund, that's going to have one impact. If half of that comes from the levy, that's going to have another. So we are very concerned about providing you with forecasts right now until you make a decision on the funding sources.
So can you worst case it 6.5 out of the general fund? That's a worst case for us while we deal with the other things we want to deal
We
with.
can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just presume that 2 million for the courthouse deputies and 1 million something for the ELED would be general fund and the balance would be levy, if that's a guideline. I assume that from just being logical
Right,
about this.
that is clearly one of probably the first option that we'll look at.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank
And
you.
but we also want to look at what that does to the levy. So again, I think it's important that we are looking across the funding sources in the system to look at the puts and takes, so we don't have unintended consequences.
Commissioner West.
Yeah, I have a motion based on what has been incredibly apparent and clear, not just last year, but this year. And that's the discussion around centralizing the financing between the CCSO and the county finance department. We made a motion last year to begin to explore that idea because we had some of the same concerns that we're seeing this year and even the year before that. And so my motion is to begin to really explore that opportunity with a future date to be determined to actually begin the process which isn't immediate, to move the sheriff's finance department underneath the county finance department with Elizabeth Comfort as the finance director. I'll read my motion that starts that process, but clearly it is not working how it is set up now. Here's my motion. I move that the finance department conduct a monthly analysis of CCSO financials beginning July 1st, 2025, with a monthly report to the Board of County Commissioners analyzing revenues and expenditures, including but not limited to timeliness and accuracy of reporting, comparison of budget to actuals, monthly burn rate of spending, questionable expenditures or amounts, recommendations to improve fiscal processes, practices, and reporting. Based on those results of those monthly analyses, the board will determine by November 2025 whether to transfer all CCSO finance functions and expenditure oversight to the Finance Department effective January 1, 2026.
Second.
Any debate?
Sorry, I just want to give my opinion for your consideration. I'm not opposed to your motion. I'm very impressed with Patrick and the work that he's been doing. I'd like to give him a little bit more time. I think your motion allows that, but I really would like to see the changes he's going to make. I'm very impressed with what he's done so far. I'd like to give him a chance, but I guess it's not contradictory to your motion, but I just want to give him a chance to continue doing
I
what he's doing.
fully agree with that assessment, Administrator Schmidt, and I think that my motion gives time for that.
Chair Roberts.
Yes. I guess this is my perception, that that there has been some damaged relationships that has happened, and I've seen that over the last couple years, right? And what I have seen, which is very positive, is it's water under the bridge. It's time to move forward. It's time to work together. I know there's huge efforts really made on both sides. And I feel as though we are coming together. And that was one of the things that I first talked to Gary about, is it is important on behalf of the public and everybody else that we really come together. As the sheriff for 16 years operating that budget, it is incredibly complex. And there are a lot of factors that I don't feel everybody is completely aware of. And I feel like Patrick is getting his arms around him. He understands county finance. And I would like to give him the opportunity to come back, I believe, in our next step of saying, here's your budget for the year. Go forth to conquer. You know what the boundaries are. And come back at the end of the year and we have that conversation. I don't feel like recently that has happened, right? And again, I can't come back enough to the issue that I feel is contributing to some of the questions has to do with supplemental budgeting. And then I do realize that these indirect costs and allocated costs that suddenly came in to fund that building, that's why they were implemented. There wasn't enough money for the debt service, and they had to tap all of the departments to generate funding to make those debt service payments. And that has been a problem. So I feel like we're on a good trajectory. I really do. I feel like with Patrick at the helm, he brings so much wealth and knowledge to it. We've had meetings with Gary, and we've left that meeting, and our comments have been, we are very impressed with Patrick, and I feel like he's able to do that. So I would just encourage us to give them a year. We come back. If we see this problem, we can take other steps. So I do agree with Gary on that. So yield back.
All right. Between Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carnes is
Okay,
first.
thank you. Mr. Carn.
Thank you. Commissioner West, I understand where you're coming from, and I don't necessarily disagree. However, I also agree with the fact that we do have new personnel, like Chair Roberts has said, within the sheriff's office, that I think it would just be, I don't want to, maybe poor timing is the wrong word, but certainly we might be able to do better next year with additional personnel that might understand things a little bit more, especially somebody since came and has a relationship with the existing finance team, that it's realistic. And as Administrator Schmidt pointed out too, that maybe just a little bit more time to see what happens next year might produce something fruitful, and we might take steps to get better and avoid a lot of what we've gone over the last 3 years. So I do think that's a reasonable request.
But, Mr. Crumbs, I appreciate that, except that we're now in, this is my third year of the kick in this can, year 3. And we just had to bail out a department for spending above appropriations. I think it's fair that by having this resolved and having the board in a future date determine whether we should do this or not is my motion. My motion is through further analysis, we are going to determine if those, and everything my bullet points is a red flag we've all talked about. I mean, we all have concerns about. And so we'll do further analysis, continue to work with Patrick. That's 6 months. And then we're talking about in January of next year, we would have to say it is or is not getting better. And so it just gives the board that future ability to do what you're asking. My motion is not to take anything away today. And I think after what we just had to do with $6.5 million, it's completely warranted at this point. I generally would have the same opinion as you. I just am at the end of my rope. I think we must have stronger accountability so that we do not have this next year. There is no more grace to go through this. You know, we're talking about like the consequences that we talked about overspending appropriations. I mean, there was jokes about Commissioner Helm. Hey, congratulations, you just became a commissioner, right? You don't want. I mean, it's serious, it's very serious. So, and it's maddening to see these numbers fly around and these differences like we just did. And I think we have evidence here that the only thing is to begin to start to look at that piece of accountability. And if it isn't reached in 6 months, the board will determine to move that department underneath county finance.
Point taken. I think for me, and making that jump right away, I would need maybe clear benchmarks on, okay, so what does doing better look like? What does that look like? Okay, doing better, because it could be left to interpretation and somewhat subjective.
It's in my motion. So timeliness and accuracy of reporting, we are all concerned by that. Again, comparison of budget to actuals. Every other department is to actuals. We still don't always have the actuals, and projections are constantly changing. The monthly burn rate, we have seen all of a sudden wild spending near the end at times. We saw that last year. We saw what's up with this change in the burn rate. Questionable expenditures, we've all had issues around that. We would be looking at recommendations to improve financial processes, practices, and reporting. So those are some of the specifics in my motion that we have to analyze before the board determines whether or not to take this action. So I know it's uncomfortable. I know none of us want to be here, but that's kind of why the motion's worded the way it is.
Thank you.
Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I'll be as brief as I can. So I don't believe that we ought to make policy or structure based on people, good, bad, or otherwise. I don't disagree about Patrick. I think that no matter how this works out, let's say the motion passes and the changes happen, there's a home for Patrick, I am sure, right? But we can't bank on people because attrition. I want to make sure that policy outlives us, and in the future, we're making the county more accountable, and we have a 30-year horizon that's going to be very tight. It's going to take extreme discipline, and under what we've experienced, in the last 3 years, to take Commissioner West's experience, but I'm in my 15 years here, is that we have been trying to make structural changes since Elizabeth and Sandra have been on board. We try to make structural changes that go beyond 3 years. So I'm going to support the motion because I think we need a structural change. And you know what? There's savings. Done right, there was actual savings, and we need savings in order to pay for all of our, and by savings, that equates probably into more money for law enforcement. So it's intuitive, if you think it through, that we will get in a better place. Those are my comments.
Ms. Rader, was your card up?
Yeah, I'm vacillating back and forth, but I would just say I agree. I mean, I just think the accounting function, there has to be continuity and cooperation, and I don't really see the benefit of having it separate. I mean, still someone that, he's a great guy, and he obviously is doing a great job, and has a great relationship, and all that said, it seems like one finance department is the right thing to do. That's my opinion.
Commissioner Helm.
Agreed. And I will say, even though I'm new, this has been a problem every year, so it's not a new problem. And what I've heard from others is that this comes before you every single year. And to streamline it would be really smart financially. And I don't think it's and I appreciate the comments Chair Roberts made about the relationships and repairing. I don't necessarily think this is about people. I think it's about numbers. And I think that that's what I really hone in on is the numbers. And I don't like bailouts. I don't think our taxpayers like bailouts. And this is a bailout. And I won't be doing a bailout next year. So I just think this is a really good way to keep our thumb on the numbers going forward and make that decision at the end of the year.
I'm going to call on me next. So I want to have, can I get the motion read back? I just want to make sure if I have a question or not.
Yes, Chair Cernak. Commissioner West, seconded by Commissioner Savas, moved that the Finance Department conduct a monthly analysis of Clackamas County Sheriff Office financials beginning July 1st, 2025, with a monthly report to the Board of Commissioners analyzing revenues and expenditures, including but not limited to timeliness and accuracy of reporting, comparison of budget to actuals, monthly burn rate of spending, questionable expenditures amounts, and recommendations to improve financial processes, practices, and reporting. Based on the results of the monthly analyses, the board will determine by November 2025 whether to transfer all Clackamas County Sheriff Office financial functions and expenditure oversight to the Finance Department effective January 1st, 2026.
Okay.
Can you give us a November date, November 1st or November 30th?
It's,
Do you recommend a date for your, as an administrator? I can say the.
sure. November 1st.
Okay, November 1st.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we gonna call the question? Is
Yeah,
that-
I think we can move to a vote.
Yeah.
Ms. Rader,
Yes.
Mr. Karn,
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes,
Aye.
Ms. Lee,
No.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
No.
Chair Cernak.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-2, Chair Cernak.
Passes 8-2. All right.
Chair, I move that we direct staff to codify the 30-year forecast as a requirement of county code, and that an annual audit of the 30-year forecast, outside audit of the 30-year forecast, be required under county code.
I will second.
I have a procedural question on that. Would that be this committee recommending to the Board of County Commissioners that code be made? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Savas, would you please clarify how often would you request an audit of the forecast?
If I read what my language here, it'd be an annual audit, because that was the conversation I had with the outside auditor, that would be a prudent thing to do based on our fiscal challenges for the next 30 years.
Got it, thank you. Did you see Cynthia's question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Cindy.
Could you define what you mean by codify? I mean, I know what the word means, but I'm trying to understand what you mean in this.
Well, basically, make it a requirement under county code.
That it exists.
That's it.
Yeah, so it's a requirement, it's in county code. And so maybe I shouldn't use the word codify, but that's what I essentially mean, is that it become county code.
That there's a 30.
Cindy, your mic is not on.
She's on.
I'm on.
She's not close enough to it.
Sorry. So you're saying that what you want in county code is that there be requirement for a 30-year forecast?
30-year forecast and an external annual
Okay.
audit of the forecast.
Okay, thank you.
Make sure the procedures and the assumptions are all in check.
Got it. Thank you.
Sorry if I may, one more clarifying question. Does it have to be in the black for 30 years or just to do a 30-year forecast? There's a difference.
I would,
You know, I think being this is a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, I think the Board of County Commissioners can be given time to talk to legal counsel to make sure what should be in county code and what should not.
Okay.
So I would allow time to actually craft that, but I think that would be, a vote here today would be a big move towards that end.
Okay.
Chair Roberts.
Yeah, I agree with Gary's comment that he made earlier, is just doing a forecast that far out is, I guess, not very accurate. And I believe in forecasting, but I'm looking at 5 and 10 years. I think, who projected the 2009-10, I think a few people did across the entire country. And I'm all about doing the forecast. I guess I would want to kind of do something a little shorter in time frame, and would honestly like to hear from Gary. You're really dialed into the finances and kind of the pros and cons between a shorter timeline and how that might benefit you.
Certainly, to make sure we can fund the 30-year payments on the courthouse, we have voluntarily done a 30-year forecast. Thank you to our finance staff for doing that. And when we say that, it's filled with assumptions and estimations that will change constantly. So it's helpful, but I would advise don't be tied to that because it's so filled with assumptions, it's going to change at a moment's notice. Certainly, if 5 years is the standard to be solid for a 5-year forecast, which we are, by the way, thank you. We're solid for 10 years, no matter what you do today. But I think it's valuable, but again, I just advise you don't be so tied to it because it could create a false sense of security when really it's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
I would just say that they have a lot of stress testing available so that they know, these outside auditors, it's standard practice and that they can stress test it past 5 years. So I think you'll have what you need and still be able to go out 30 years.
Thank you.
Yeah, my comment in response to Chair Roberts' comment is that everyone I've talked to about the 30-year forecast realizes that the first year is just as accurate as a 5-year forecast in the first year, and the 5th year is just as accurate as a 5-year forecast. There's no change in the accuracy of the first 5 years, 10 years, and so on. It does get fuzzy out over there, but look at what it did for us in the last 2 days. Okay, you've got 30-year forecast that had we done a 5-year and only looked at a 5-year or a 10-year, okay, we would have a hole somewhere between $250 million and $750 million. That's a hole that you can't recover from in 10 years. You can't. And so I want to live in this county. And I want my kids to continue to live in this county, and I want to see this county financially whole.
Ms. Rader, did you have a?
No.
Okay.
I'll be dead by then.
Any other questions or debate on this motion? Commissioner West.
I'll be quick. We can't bind the hands of future commissions, but I think it's incredibly helpful information when we're funding a courthouse for 30 years to be looking at that, what that looks like. We do with our own mortgages, right? I mean, that's more steady, it's less assumptions, but in principle, we're always looking at that, and it's another important information piece. But I can tell you the moment that we saw under this version 1, $250 million in the hole in 30 years, I can tell you I didn't feel good about that and impacted my decisions this week. And then we got this other one about another, if we did the full CCSO request for an additional 7.7 million and that ongoing, that was almost $750 million. So based on what we're dealing with the courthouse, I just think that information is vital and financially prudent to do the 30-year forecast. I'm supporting the motion.
Call for the question.
Clerk, please call the poll.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Mr. Karn,
Aye.
Ms. Rader,
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Cernak.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-0, Chair Cernak.
It's unanimous. Excellent. Any other motions that we'd like to discuss before we go to the forecast?
Do it. I'm not sure if my number's still right on this motion, but it's, is my number still right for the CCSO general fund support for this year? That's my number?
The 4%.
Yeah, that's the 4% number. So my motion is for the 4%.
Please don't do that yet. We don't want to show you the forecast.
Yeah, once
These
you-
are-
Oh, at the
any-
forecast,
Any
sorry.
other motions, any other
Any other
motions-
motion but that one?
Any other motions about the budget, this is your chance.
Okay, thank you.
We'll have time to make comments later, though, right?
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you.
Yes. Okay, the forecast is done. Has it been printed yet? All right, we just need a few minutes to print, maybe a short break, if that's okay?
Elizabeth? All right, 5 or 10 minutes, you think?
How much time do you need?
2 hours. Oh, did I say that loud?
10-minute recess.
10-minute please.
You were gonna put it in, and then you just make that, right? So
All right, I'm going to reconvene us. While we wait for the forecast to be passed out, which should be momentarily, I want to discuss some plans for break. Administrator Schmidt made a recommendation that I liked, which was we break for dinner at 5, but at that time, the Board of County Commissioners goes into executive session for their dinner to get that meeting knocked out. Does that sound reasonable to the Board of County Commissioners?
Yes.
Well, I'm wondering, what else do we have to do after we get the forecast? I mean, if we can actually get that work done, is there anything else to do beyond that?
You have to make a motion if you want to adjust the sheriff's proposed budget or not. After that motion, then you have the final motion on the entirety of the county budget.
Assuming that we don't want to make any other minor adjustments.
I thought you've already you opened the floor for any other adjustments. I heard none, but you have
Okay.
one last chance to make other adjustments too. So potentially 3 more motions, and how you all been going, that's probably an hour or 2 hours of discussion.
So if we talked about, thanks, Gary.
Love you.
May the force be with you. But if we were gonna talk about page 10, that would be now?
That could be now too, yes.
Okay.
But my suggestion, so commissioners, you're fresh, you do need the executive session. My proposal is, the chair said, 5 o'clock dinner break, the public members eat, the commissioners eat and do exec session, then be back here as quick as possible to finish.
Okay.
But it's your call.
Does that?
That's fine.
All right, I don't hear any objections to that.
Okay,
So
so-
assuming that we don't get wrapped up by 5, then that'll be the game plan. Have we got the forecast ready to pass out?
We're giving you she's emailing Andrew right now, and then she'll.
Is your mic on, Elizabeth?
Megan is going to email Andrew, so we have it on the screen immediately, and then we'll have the handouts momentarily during the presentation.
Thank you.
So if I may, if any commissioner or member wants to talk about that page 10 of my budget message, unfunded positions, now's your time because that's going to change the forecast too. In which case, we'll need another break to change the forecast if you intend to reinstate any of those.
All right, let's open discussion on that. Commissioner West.
Okay, I'll kick it off. The total ask is 1.6 approximately for all departments that have a need for positions. I don't think we can do all of these, and we definitely have to see how it impacts the forecast, which we may be able to do none based on the conversations we've been having. However, it's come to my understanding that under disaster management, let me get my glasses on, that first one, the additional position for a medical examiner in the medical examiner office to address significant increase in deaths, It is taking a significantly long time for us to pick up bodies that have deceased. This is pretty critical function that we are able to do this in a timely manner. Our staffing has not allowed us to be as timely as we'd like to be, or what should be expected. I don't know how we're gonna fund it, but if we are gonna really be serious about funding one of these positions, to me, this is the most important out of the 10. I also have the position to increase the federal benefits for veterans of $142,875. I have that marked as a priority. I believe the other positions in H3S are also vital, but I did not mark them as one we should look at. And then I want to make a case for District Attorney Wentworth's office. Also, he is in law enforcement, is essential, and he has always gone with less or asked for nothing or taken less. And I personally would, if we could find it, like to fund his ask. We may not be able to fund all of them, but I have those marked. We all know, county commissioners, how important code enforcement is. In our county, we deal with this almost every executive session, and how we aren't able to do as well as we need to with significant code enforcement. We're talking about like RV pileups and junkyards developing and public health and safety issues and enforcing those codes. It's complaint driven, as we know. That's a big ask at 170, but out of the DTD department, that is the one that I recommend. My number comes under right around 980,000 if you add those all up. That's what I'd like to talk about. Maybe somebody has a different idea, and we may not be able to do any of these after what we've just been discussing. But that's what I want to pose to you.
Not sure who was first.
I just had a quick question about,
Commissioner Helm.
are any of the H3S positions combinable?
Staff recommended these as separate individual positions. I could ask them that. I wouldn't have that information right on the spot. It's possible, but they originally asked for these separate positions.
Okay, I do have a quick interruption. What page are you on here in our budget?
Page 10, this would be under tab 1.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, this is Gary's, under Gary's budget.
Budget
explanation.
message, tab 1, page 10.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a table.
And these positions they're very different positions.
Oh, it's on the screen also. Commissioner
One's
Schrader.
in the health centers, one's in social services. They're very different positions, very different functions.
Okay, all right, good to know.
Chair, there's a card raised.
Sorry.
Commissioner Savas.
I think it's Commissioner Savas.
So, I'm apprehensive, frankly, about making any changes. I'm just using Sandra's multiplier, 55, and if I use that number,
76 million.
well, if I use that number, just a $50,000 expense takes this 5 million in the end and turns it red. Just 50,000.
When I did look at this, we were using the forecast given to us. That looks like it's been changed since then, that we would have not been in the red with these specific asks I have. Now, that may be different, and I don't know where we shift or move. And I'm not saying we can do any of these, but I do think they're worthy of consideration and conversation.
Yeah, and Commissioner West, respectfully, do you have suggestions on where you would take it from? Because it's a zero-sum game.
Yeah, that's what makes us suck. I'm not correct.
While you think about that, Chair Roberts.
Thank you. A couple things. First of all, I agree with Commissioner Savas. Hello. Concerning about the funding. We've been talking about that all morning and yesterday. So really adding anything is.
Maybe we turn a couple mics off, see what happens.
All right. Is that any better? Test.
It's me.
All right. Is that, I'm not hearing an echo now?
I guess I better be quiet, huh?
A little bit of humor is nice this time of the day.
So again, just to kind of echo Commissioner Sava's concern that adding any position right now is absolutely concerning. I agree just with also Commissioner West just having a discussion about these different positions, and if there were to be any positions, I think they should be a direct service position where they're providing direct services. So you know, as the medical examiner, Gary and I sat in on a presentation about that, kind of the urgency that was needed. I clearly don't see us doing two of them, perhaps one. Also that we're working diligently on addressing the homeless issue, and I think getting federal benefits for veterans is really helping keep those people housed and getting the dollars that they actually have the access. So I think that is an important position. And moving down further, the victim's advocate, I mean, if there was to be a position at the DA's office, I think, again, direct services. They do get grant funding for victim's advocate. I can tell you over the years, running the Family Justice Center, that advocates typically are funded through grants. And I know they wanted to move away from that just because of the concern and some of the shortage probably in federal dollars, VAWA grants. And a couple issues. We did hear a citizen testimony on the issue regarding the animal clinic and really what's facing there. I think we might be able to come up with some options outside of funding this, but it is also a concern. And then the other thing, just, and many of you know this, but the code enforcement, I can't tell you how many calls come in regarding code violations and complaints. And the staffing I've heard over and over is so far understaffed that they're really not able to respond to those in a timely manner. So I just want to throw out those comments about those positions, and I just open it up for conversation. So with that, I'll yield back there.
Mr. Karn.
Oh, all of those certainly have merit, there's no doubt about it. One that stood out to me yesterday, I cannot believe the DA does not have an assistant. That was shocking to me. But yet, he continues in that office to outperform with all of the recognitions that they would get. It's so impressive. So that was kind of a standout presentation for me yesterday. In doing so without his own assistant. Amazing.
Commissioner Savas.
I just want to mention, aside from everything I heard last night and all the other pleas, I would love to be able to fund those, and I also want to bring your attention. I kind of mentioned this in the hallway yesterday. I'm not sure who was around when I mentioned it, but I've had over $400,000 in the last month or two requests, really almost all food-based, for food for veterans, food for seniors, so on and so forth. So there are a number of requests that I knew that I just told them I don't think so, but I'll if there's something left over, or I'll try, I'll look. But I made no promises because I didn't feel that we could get there. So just want to put that on the record. But I did appreciate all the comments, really since Tuesday morning, actually, and all the people that have reached out. There's a lot of need out there, and next year will be even worse or tougher. So, Gary, I have a question. Knowing that some of these asks in here are not general fund supported, and they would be, is there a way through grants or programming to fund some of these positions that don't rely on the general fund?
Thank you. So all of these positions are general funded. All of these requests were for general funds. There's not other sources of funding. Staff tried and could not find it, or not eligible. That's why they're here for general funds. And forgive me if I may, again, this is missing one from Public and Government Affairs, which I said verbally yesterday. I meant to have an updated chart today. Unfortunately, that didn't get done, but there's also missing a critical need for Public and Government Affairs that's not listed here. Yeah, I've told you my opinion. If you want to fund any of these, tell me where to take it from. You'll blow the forecast, which you just got in front of you. All of these are critical, without a doubt. But I'm sorry, there's just not the funding for it, is my opinion. Thank you.
I'll speak briefly, but I'm inclined to agree. We just had a big discussion about a supplemental budget where we did one-time funds. At least in the short term, I don't feel like I would be able to vote for any additional general fund expenses ongoing. But I'd be open to a discussion if somebody has an idea of what to reduce. Thank you.
Gary, why are, you even told me that it was, really critical to be able to, with the increased deaths, have the appropriate staff in the medical examiner's office. Waiting hours to pick up someone who's deceased or longer is just too much of a service failure and burden on the family. There's two. Can we see what it might look like or really have an honest discussion if we give one? And would that make an impact, you think, that would be felt immediately in that need?
Again, these are all important positions. I have shared with some of you individually, in my opinion, the medical examiner is the most critical need. Because it's true, right now, families who have a loved one that's passed away is waiting a long time for our office to show up because the demand has increased and we don't have enough staff. One position would be, I guess, $150,000 approximately. Again, you see the forecast. You would, if you're comfortable going into the red, or, with respect, tell me which department you'd like to remove the money from and move it to this department. It's as simple as that.
Awful.
Yeah, yes.
Maybe it's I won't say the easy way out, but can it be done formulaically where, if we determine that an ask is, let's say, $100,000, and that's X a percentage across all the departments, that all the departments experience a proportional small reduction, so that it's across the board?
You could do that. That will have impacts, though.
Sure. And I'm thinking $100,000 across all the departments would be a very small impact to others, but it wouldn't target one over the other, and it wouldn't be a large impact. No one would like it. We'll make everyone mad. I know. I'm just throwing that out there as an easier way to find something if we think it's urgent. Just to think about, Gary, as you describe that need out there, and that family's waiting for us to show up at one of the worst times of their life, that's
Awful.
that is awful.
It's awful.
Yeah, that's awful. And I think that's at least something that I would stand up for and support if we had an approach like that.
I think Chair Roberts is next, followed by Commissioner Schrader. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Okay, the Commissioner Roberts, or Chair Roberts.
Yeah, this is a question for Cindy. If you can maybe answer this. Is there any way that Medicaid positions could be funded at least on the 50% through Medicaid administrative claiming? Is that on those positions?
It's a great idea. Unfortunately, because they're not necessarily serving Medicaid clients, the only one on the Medicaid administration one, I'm not sure why they don't have that. Yeah, that's the third position, H3S. I'm not sure why they don't have that as partially paid with Medicaid, but the others, no, they couldn't be.
But you could perhaps that third position.
Yeah, I think that position has multiple functions, and so what I don't know is what proportion of that position would be doing the Medicaid administration, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So are you saying it's possible that is only a portion of the cost for that FTE because Medicaid's picking up the rest? Or is a portion of that petition, because it says Medicaid, do it just Medicaid administration, wouldn't Medicaid pay for that funding or a portion of it, and then we're getting let's say we spend a third of the cost and we get 2/3 back in Medicaid, we gotta do that every day. We're leaving money on the table if we don't.
Right, yeah, I think that's probably the cost of the position, which part of that is gonna be doing something with Medicaid claims. We can ask them, but it's not enough to cover the whole position.
Okay.
Commissioner Schrader?
Well, I'm just looking at this, and when you look at the large scope of what we just did, I mean, this is comparatively speaking a pittance, and I get that. But it seems to me, if we have to take something away, we'll be taking something away that's already necessary and needed now, in any case. So we're between a rock and a hard place. I don't really see where we can find it at this point. I hate to say that, because what I'd really like to see funded is animal care specialists, because I think that we're required to do that, we have to do that, and I think that, I would love to see that funded, but I don't know where we'd find the additional dollars, even though you'd have to be taking other positions and other money away from other extant programs already under some of these, departments, I think. So you're pretty much just robbing Peter to pay Paul at this point.
So, Chair Roberts, are you good? I think
I want to
Administrator.
answer the question about the Medicaid. So this is a public health position, not a health centers position. It is not a direct service. It is not eligible. It gets a very, very small portion of Medicaid, not enough to fund the position. That's why it's here under general fund. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Gary.
Did you have a question?
I did. So we've talked about animal services. We got a new, beautiful, fancy building for the puppies. We can't fill it. We can't staff it. We probably should be contracting it out. By statute, we only need to be doing pet licensure as a county. That might be a significant savings while providing better service. Not today, because we haven't made that decision, but maybe, I'm just wondering if there's a couple efficiencies we can look at and then visit these positions again. We probably aren't gonna get there today, but maybe even streamlining a couple things creatively to free up, there has to be something waived to look at that. That's one of many maybe that frees up some dollars to do some of this.
Go ahead.
You've actually asked me this before, prior budget committee members. You're not making a decision today, but you're directing me to, as the new fiscal year begins, to look at the status of where things are at and come back to you mid-year on a proposal or a plan to find funding for some of these positions. I certainly can do that.
I would support that, and I think that one example is efficiencies within animal services, which I think we would improve that outcome for the community by contracting out.
I'm
We
okay
did.
with that.
Yeah.
Cindy?
Just quickly, that was tried before, and there were no takers. So just kind of FYI.
Hey, I'm trying to be optimistic.
I know, but
Cindy.
but good idea.
Commissioner Salas?
Yeah, well, I'll just add a little bit more cold water on that, and that is, it's also a delicate issue. We've been sued, and Lunenburg County's been sued because mishandling or unfortunately, maybe the timing, they euthanize an animal when they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And then follow procedures. So there's a huge public outcry when something goes wrong with how something was handled. So to credit to our staff, we've done a great job. I think we only had one challenge, and it was really about the disposition of a dog, not an accidental euthanization or anything like that. So our staff have done a tremendous good work in dog services. So shout out to all the staff there, but be mindful that it's a very delicate issue and it's got to be handled carefully. And I'm concerned that, if there was a private sector taker, that we find someone that is not just the only bidder or the low bidder, but someone we know has got the competencies to follow all the procedures to the T.
Chair Roberts?
Everybody loves animals. And the one thing that we did hear some testimony from an individual that walks dogs all the time. And I do agree with this comment of really the importance of coming up with a robust social media outreach campaign to solicit funds. And I can just tell you, I know somebody who had to have their dog had to have surgery. It was $16,000. They created a GoFundMe, and it was funded within a few days. So there are a lot of people out there that care deeply about animals that are willing to step up.
And I think if we approach that really in a strategic communication way, we could help raise funds to kind of meet some of the needs, maybe not all of them. And the other thing, I know a lot of you have done fundraising events. I've been on a lot of them, and one of the best ones was where somebody brought a puppy there and that then walked around the whole audience. And by the time it was done, it was probably one of the highest bidding items in the auction. So I think there are some creative ways that we might be able to do that. And I also would like to maybe even talk to community corrections again about, we used to have staff go down there and help walk the animals and do some stuff. So I think there are some alternatives. Gary, maybe we could look at some of those. So with that, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Anybody want to make a motion related to page 10 before we move on? Not seeing,
Well, I think the only idea out there and was to maybe tap every general funded department a little bit for a little bit of money to come up with specifically for the emergency service, because it's not for two positions, but for one.
You're talking about the medical examiner?
Yeah, medical examiner.
Mr. Rhodes.
I move that we fund one medical examiner position, and I'm estimating because I'm dividing by two, for $152,000. A portion of that to come from the unallocated general fund, and $60,000 to come from the sheriff's office budget. The reality is that this function of a medical examiner is a death investigation where a deputy goes first and will stand by until the medical examiner gets there oftentimes. And so if there's additional medical examiner staff, deputy medical examiner staff who can get there sooner and free up a deputy sooner, this is an actual force multiplier and benefit for the sheriff's office anyway. By my calculations, using the 55 multiplier, if the sheriff's office budget contributed $60,000 and the remainder came out of the unallocated general fund, we would still be in the black at 30 years. So again, my motion, it was way too long. My motion is to fund one medical examiner position for $152,000, $60,000 of that to come from the sheriff's office budget.
I'll second.
Administrator Schmidt, it looked like you might have had something to say?
No, I just want to follow along. I got it.
Okay.
Question.
Yep.
This is a new position, right? It's in addition to. So what would that bring us as far as MEs go? Is that 4, I think? I don't know if
You mean
anybody
total
else knows.
MEs that the county has?
Total in the office, total MEs working.
It's got to be close to 4.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or discussion, debate?
If I could discuss my own motion?
Yep.
So my calculations were done on my cell phone on the break. So if somebody in finance could please help me. Again,
I'm not in finance, but it ballpark checks out with my head math, so.
okay. Just want to make sure, because my goal is that keeps us in the black at 30 years. If it does not, then I will withdraw the motion.
All right, I need the staff, please, right now to do a really quick recalculation, please.
Yep, I think the quick math in my head, you're right.
It's a
Or there.
92,000 from unallocated with a 55 multiplier is not quite 5.5. We're at not quite 5.5. It'll be close, but.
Cindy will make it work.
Yeah, just quickly, rather than coming up with the exact solution, maybe giving the direction, and this would be one of the options. We could also look at, there are some positions that have been long-term, never filled or vacant, but there's money attached to those, so I think we want to do an analysis of those as well. So I think just to give a couple of options rather than dive into a specific solution that we're going to have to yet redo the forecast again. Just tell us the end result that you want to see, and then Gary will lead the charge on how to do it.
I guess I don't really want to redo a bunch of forecasting, so I think we're comfortable it's black or damn near. Sorry
Black.
for my language.
Black.
Black or only black.
So,
The color is black.
Yeah.
Not orange.
And if I
It's a
could
nickel.
suggest another option, kind of along the lines that Cindy said, and that is if you could prioritize like what you want to see, and then that way, as we churn the numbers, and we can see if there's any room for those, or come back also with a list of, like Cindy said, the other vacant positions that we've got in the general fund.
Why don't we prioritize the one position for the medical examiner's office? And then there could be a second motion, maybe, Sandra, to do what you just said, to see if there's any possible way to come back to report to the Board of County Commissioners to make that work. That could be two separate motions,
Please,
maybe.
please don't do that. Please don't do that.
I have a
Please
question.
don't do that.
Would it be easier on staff if, before we make adjustments to the sheriff's office budget, if we say set a sheriff's office budget before we start doing the 60%?
My
Or-
advice is to stick with the motion you have and let's see where it
Okay.
goes, please.
All right. Any other debate or questions?
Thank you.
And let's call the poll.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Ms. Rader.
Aye.
Mr. Karn.
Aye.
Ms. Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Cernak.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-0, Mr. Cernak.
It's unanimous. All right.
May I suggest you take the dinner break now? We'll
Yep.
come back and wrap it up.
So target an hour. Do you think that's enough for the?
Yes.
Okay, then we will recess for an hour for dinner. How do we get back in this building, or do we all come over together? Brings good luck.
Hysterical.
That's funny.
Yeah.
And we are reconvened.
Mine.
So, anybody want to do anything?
My cat, Ella Fitzgerald.
Do I go?
Go.
She sleeps.
Okay, we're gonna go. I have a motion. Thanks to all of the little motion elves in the background helping me out. Thank you. But I'm gonna make a motion about the CCSO's general fund support. So I move to increase the CCSO's general fund support from fiscal year 24-25 level to a total of $82,802,000. This funding level shall not negatively impact sworn staff positions filled as of June 30th, 2025. Any operational adjustments that need to be made to materials and services and capital outlay and to accommodate this amount shall be provided by the CCSO to the Finance Department no later than June 10th, 2025. I can say it again.
Yes.
Yeah. I will read it again. That was a practice run.
Okay, good.
Okay, here's the real, here we go. I move to increase the CCSO's general fund support from fiscal year 24-25 level to a total of $82,802,000. This funding level shall not negatively impact sworn staff positions filled as of June 30th, 2025. Any operational adjustments that need to be made to material and services and capital outlay to accommodate this amount shall be provided by the CCSO to the Finance Department no later than June 10th, 2025.
I second the motion.
All right, so we move to debate, discussion, questions. And I see no cards up yet, so I want to go first. I'll just note, I'm comfortable with the dollar amount. I just wonder if we should take the approach of giving a fixed dollar amount to the sheriff and not putting constraints on it and letting her come to the decisions on how she wants to meet that budget. That's my thought. That's what I'm inclined to do. I don't know if that means I would vote against this motion or if we should break it into two pieces, but that's my 2 cents. So now I'll move on. Commissioner Savas, if you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I had a question. That is, what is the end number in the black on the 30-year lower corner, right corner of the forecast for that budget number that was just announced by Commissioner West?
Go ahead.
So in year 30, the final year of the courthouse payment, the unappropriated ending fund balance is $4,905. And then the first year following the last payment of the courthouse, the unappropriated amount is $5,173,984.
Okay, so the second column on the right bottom is five-ish million.
$5,000.
Or $5,000, and then it bumps up to.
$4,905.
Okay,
Goes from 4,000 to 5 million the next year.
all right, thank you.
And I want to clarify, I don't think this restricts the sheriff. It just says that if there's adjustments that need to be made, that there's a time to accommodate that and to communicate with the finance department on that June 10th date. So she still does have that operational oversight.
I'll go to Mr. Rhodes.
I yield.
Oh, okay. I guess my concern, I mean, that's, hey, give us a number by June, that's fine. It's the shall not impact sworn staff. That's the part I'm not necessarily comfortable with. I don't know that I want to dictate how you are or are not going to meet the budget number. That's my 2 cents. I know not everyone's going to agree with that, but that's where I'm coming from.
So I agree with you,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
The motion, I think, was specific to shall not affect existing staff who
Correct.
were hired as of this date. It didn't say anything about future staff, so I think that was the intent.
Right, we're talking about a month.
No, this is next fiscal year's budget that you're
Correct.
talking about now.
Yes?
Well, it says the funding level shall not negatively impact sworn staff position filled as of June 30th, 2025.
Right. But if somehow, 30 vacancies are filled in the next month, this motion would say, hey, nothing can happen to those, they gotta stick around. And that could put a pressure on them that I don't know that they could meet. That's why I'm not necessarily wanting that language in the motion. Ms. Lee, you had something to say, I think?
Oh, I was just going to say I agree with you.
Okay.
Isn't this a similar motion that we made last year around sworn staff?
The motion last year basically said shall not affect any sworn staff. It wasn't sworn staff that were hired as of this date. It was shall not affect any
So
sworn
it was
staff.
more broad
Yes.
last year. So this is but it's not that dissimilar.
Yeah, this was just saying shall not affect existing staff is what it was meant to say.
Okay.
Can I see your paper?
Yeah.
So the way I interpreted what I heard was that it didn't seem like it would not impact sworn deputies today, tomorrow, or future deputies, or sworn staff. It didn't seem to have past or present. That's how I read it, or not read it, but heard it.
No, the whole amount, the whole amount.
No, what it says is shall not affect staff any positions that were hired as of this June. It doesn't speak to future positions.
Okay. Well, thanks for that clarification. So I think maybe I'm okay with the motion, but I want to follow it with a different effort
Do you want to amend that
related to
motion?
that. Well, I'm happy, I think that motion's adequate, I think.
I agree, but I'm open to an amendment if someone feels.
No,
like it.
no, I think it'd be
Okay.
cleaner just to keep them separate.
All right, so I see 2 cards up. Or Cindy, did you have a comment? Okay, so I see 2, okay, so Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you. I think that the intent of that language in your motion means you don't want people laid off.
Correct.
Right. But I guess part of my concern is, and we ran into this again this year, when the sheriff says, I'm underfunded. She's relying on, look, there's a number, and you said that I had to staff to this number, right? And so I think that my fear is that this sets us up for that scenario again, where she's gonna say, well, you said that whatever number that lands on June 29th, and then she's gonna say, well, you said that I couldn't eliminate those positions, so I'm underfunded again because I don't have enough money to support those positions.
But if she wanted to eliminate those positions, wouldn't she have to say, hey, this is where I'm at, go to Gary, get Gary an operation, an HR approval to even, because she doesn't have control just to lay out these positions anyways. So she would have to communicate to us to do so. Am I right? Am I wrong?
The county administrator gives approval to eliminate any FTEs in the organization, including the sheriff's office, except for captains or under sheriffs, is totally the sheriff's discretion. But anyone else needs my approval. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just don't, I'm sorry, I just don't want to get back in that.
Fair.
I don't want to get back into well, you said I got this number of people and
For
I'm
the
not.
intent we're trying to get to, do you have a recommendation? No, your knowledge in law enforcement? I'm totally open to getting it right.
Yeah, I need to think about it.
Even withdrawing it and talking about it some more, like, I mean, I think we know my intent, so.
I think Chair Roberts is next, and then Commissioner Savas.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Gary. Hey, can you help me understand this as far as the proposed amount that Commissioner West is saying on the 82 million?
802,000, yeah.
What percentage increase would that be? It appears that that's even below the actuals for 22-23. Can you help me?
It should be a 4% increase from the end of, and we are including the money that the board just talked about earlier today on supplemental budget. So it's a 4% increase from the final dollar for the current fiscal year that you talked about earlier.
The current base. The current base is 79 million,
Excluding the one-time.
excluding the one-time, right?
Yeah.
But you are including the 13 extra deputies, correct?
Yes.
Yes. I think there was one-time funds in 22-23, is that right?
There's one-time funds you approved for this current fiscal year earlier today, but we also changed the base from the prior fiscal year to include the 13 additional deputies.
Yes.
So it's a 4% increase from that updated number.
Yes.
And then we backed out.
We backed out for 60,000. Yeah, that's, yeah. Based on the motion we made just before we broke for dinner. For the medical examiner.
I'll yield back right now.
So I guess, go ahead.
I was going to say, so I think we're going to Commissioner Savas next.
Yeah, so my intention for a follow-up motion is to, I'll just use the word encourage, because I think I don't think it's, to some degree, I have a little bit of concern about us really directing another elected official to do things a certain way. However, I think in the unique situation as far as being responsible in regard to what the levy says, I'd like to suggest that we have some kind of language that encourages the sheriff to, as best as possible, fill the positions or focus on filling positions in the levy. And it would seem, that said, so parking that, it would seem that if, let's just say in the general fund, to your point, if it becomes untenable to fund a patrol officer or jail deputy, that person could be reclassified to levy, for levy funding, right? Without losing that. So I think we can do both, right? But I understand how dynamic the attrition and all that stuff is with those positions, but we have a long way to go there, and there's resources there to do the hiring. So I know there's more work to be done. So my motion might include identifying challenges, asking to encourage the sheriff to fulfill the levy mission and then come back to the board or the budget committee, the board probably, in this case, because I want it sooner than later, to come back with any challenges that she foresees in costs or whatnot to fulfill the levy. I think we need to have that as soon as possible in order to lay the groundwork for any kind of changes to the levy when it comes up for renewal so that we're successful, right? So I want to make sure that we're all successful in a cooperative way, not being directive, but just, number one, encourage, and number two, help us analyze what the challenges are in the current structure. That'll be my follow-up motion afterwards.
Commissioner West, you were like kind of
I'm-
putting your
I'll
card
go
up.
to Wendy
Okay,
first.
thank you. So, Ms. Rader.
Well, I just want to agree that I think if you say to meet the intent of the levy, rather than constricting what they actually can do, it would eliminate some confusion, because I think there was a real disconnect last year between, like, I'm supposed to hire, but but I have to stay in this budget, and how can I do both? In this case, both can't be true.
Yeah.
So that's my recommendation.
I agree with, I agree with all of that. I'm a little curious, practically, because Chair Roberts, we've spoke multiple times, and when you were sheriff, you told me that you did spend, I think you've told multiple people that you did spend your levy dollars differently in first and up front. I don't know what might have changed based on the practices that you did as sheriff versus what we're seeing now. I'm curious on your expertise in history, if you think that that is a viable option going forward, to have that change in practice, that we could, that would work. I mean, you've been in this role, so I'm curious if that's something you would do still.
Well, I think the concern is the indirect costs and the allocated costs that make it such a tight balance. And so, once again, that's where I said those increases came after the voters supported that. So when you do a calculation for a public safety levy, you take in all the, COLAs and everything you can think of substantially, and you project that amount out through the term of your levy. So what happened was those increases came after. And if you caught what she said, it would have been better if we could have waited to add those increases until after that levy, until that levy is about ready to expire. You go out for renewal, you then include those costs in. So that's why I believe, they're running substantially short.
And I understand that, but my question is that principally you did spend down your levy dollars and then general fund would kick in. You did that in practice. What this whole committee has been asking to be done. Going forward, do you think it's reasonable for that to be the continued practice out of the sheriff's office? You did it.
Yeah, no, and like I'm trying to explain is that the difference is that my calculations at that time, I could make it to the levy, right? We watched it closely, and so we would fill those. So the question is can you make it to the end of that levy, right? And at that time, our calculations were pretty tight, right on, as far as, what our COLA is, what our, the CPI and all the things that we want to pay attention to. So in this situation, it's a little bit different, and that's why I really have a little more concerns about trying to meet that.
Can you clarify, finance team, if we believe that the levy is going to run out early? Do we have any knowledge or confirmation of that?
I think, as we mentioned earlier, our projections differ from the sheriff's office, and we believe they will have sufficient dollars through the end of the levy.
Through the end of the levy, even if they spent down as recommended?
Well, I don't know how far the spending down is.
Or utilizing them as a first special fund source before hitting the general fund?
Well, I worked for most of my career in the public sector, and the rule was always you spend general fund last. And there's just been a different interpretation here where I think the sheriff will tell you that she believes that the levy is additive to general funds, and that's why she has approached it that way. That is different than I've been used to in other governmental positions, and I've done budgets in many of them.
Okay. I think that's just an important distinction, and it sounds like, Sheriff, that if that's the case, that would be your practice too, and was. So looking I don't know if I need to change my motion, but I don't know if my motion is fine, but be bolstered by Commissioner Savas's motion. That makes me also more comfortable. Does anybody feel like my motion needs an amendment or before we vote? I'm willing to consider that if we get this right.
If I may answer that before we move on. I would recommend amending it to only be the first sentence,
Okay.
dealing with a dollar amount and not having the extra.
Is everybody more comfortable with that? Will you amend my motion?
I move to amend the motion to read,
It's right there. Right.
oh, thank
Oh,
you.
thank you.
To increase CCO's general fund support from fiscal year 24-25 levels to a total of $82,862,000.
Oh, no,
Er,
they changed
sorry.
it. Yeah. 82 million.
We took out the 60,000.
Did I say, I'm sorry, okay. 82,802,000,
Yes.
which is what I thought I said, but apparently I misspoke. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Wait, hold on. Oh,
Yeah.
so is the amendment only to the first?
The amendment's to keep the first sentence the same and to remove the rest of the language.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah. I thought the amendment would have
We need
been
the
to
last
just remove the sworn
We need
officer's
the last
sentence.
sentence. They need to give us those adjustments,
Yeah.
right? Right. Yeah. We need the last sentence, because we need the sheriff to make the adjustments
Yeah,
to their
any
budget.
operation would stay. That's what I was thinking.
All right, then,
So just the second sentence.
can I just back out my amendment, have him back out his motion and make it again? Is that maybe the easiest way to clean this up at this point?
Yes,
All right, I remove my amended.
And do you want me to remake my motion?
yes.
Okay. I got it. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I move to increase the CCSO's general funding support from fiscal year 24-25 level to a total of $82,802,000. Any operational adjustments that need to be made to materials and services and capital outlay to accommodate this amount shall be provided by the CCSO to the Finance Department no later than June 10th, 2025.
It's really any operational adjustment.
Second.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm sorry, because you removed the second sentence, the last sentence needs to say, any operational adjustments that needs to be made, take out the materials and services and capital outlay, just say, any operational adjustments that need to be made to accommodate this amount shall be provided.
So moved.
Seconded. Friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Clerk, could you modify what's on the screen to reflect that amendment?
Cindy, could you please repeat that for me?
Take out the phrase to materials and services and capital outlay. Just take that phrase out. Yes.
Okay,
Still so moved.
seconded. I see two cards up.
I'll pass, I'll go later.
Okay. It could be later. Anybody have anything they want to talk about, or shall we move to a vote on this?
I'm sorry, there was a second, right? So
Yeah,
it's
I
up for
second it. Yeah,
discussion.
it is up for discussion.
Yeah.
Chair Roberts.
There we go. Yeah, I guess I struggle with this number. Gary worked really hard on coming up with a different number. And Gary, can you repeat what you originally proposed?
Yes, so in the proposed budget that I offered to you, the general fund for the sheriff's office is $86.5 million. So your motion here is approximately $4 million less than what I proposed to the sheriff. Granted, my proposal has you're in the red for 30 years for the courthouse, but you're solid for 11 years. So yes, this is a difference from what I proposed in my budget.
Right.
And this also includes the other contribution for the motion earlier made to backfill 24-25. So there's extra money there that's not seen there. So it actually comes up to probably close to 86 or more.
Well,
in
that's
reality.
No.
24,
No,
25.
this is one time.
That's one-time money, that
I
doesn't.
know it's one time,
Okay,
I know,
okay.
yeah, I'm saying the total.
The total between
The
both
total
years.
of the two today is 86 million or more.
Yeah, I guess my point is I think it will have a significant impact on service delivery. That's my concern. So,
Yeah,
Commissioner Slavis.
Chair Roberts, I'm hoping that when everything's laid out so it's comprehensive so we can understand it, I think the resources sitting there, the 8, 9, 10 million that's sitting there will more than cover anything else if there are some changes made to shift those over to levy positions, right? To relieve the general fund to do things. So there's a way of doing it. There's money on the table. So there's money in the budget that's not being tapped right now. And now that I've got that, now that I've said that, I will just talk a little bit about what I was going to say because there's a relationship here. So going back to the levy, you know, there's a number of organizations that are struggling right now trying to make ends meet. And some of these organizations, jurisdictions have said, you know what, we need help. We don't have enough money, so we're going to put out an operating levy. And so when they put the operating levy out, it's on the premise they don't have enough money. And it's also on the premise that sometimes to get the votes, you need to add something to it. So it's not just here, it's just not the backfill, but it's additive, so to speak. So I looked at, and I think, you know, Chair Roberts, when you were sheriff, I think I think you saw the same thing, right? I think you saw that the current general fund budget prior to the levy was probably inadequate to meet a number of the needs. And so you added things to, you know, in the levy to bring more services. And, you know, mathematically, it's inevitable that, again, as expenses outpace revenues, that we're going to, you know, that the levy becomes, again, something to help backfill. So I totally agree. If your strategy was to, you know, spend the levy dollars first, I think from other districts are looking at the same thing. It's the same, right? You need to spend the levy dollars first to honor the promise made to the voters. And that's what I have a little bit of heartburn over is that, and maybe to that effect, I will be making a motion afterwards that kind of speaks to that a little bit because I just want to be faithful to the people that supported the levy.
Okay. Mr. Karn.
So it's probably a question for finance. Maybe Cindy, you can answer it, but the sheriff's office over the last 4 years and their numbers, have they been spending or underspending in that category?
They've underspent their general funds for the past 4 years.
For the last 4 years? Okay, I just want to clarify.
Why are we giving them a supplemental budget?
The budget to actual, the actuals have been under the budget in general fund.
Not including this year.
Correct, not including this year.
So every year, they've gotten closer to 100% of the general fund support, so the subsidy. Every year, they're getting closer and closer to it.
And in this year exceeded it by approximately $6 million.
Projected to, yes.
It was more last year.
Just so we're clear.
Ask that again.
Yeah.
Except for this, just to follow through. So the sheriff's office has been underspending their general fund contribution for the last 4 consecutive years. Granted, each year getting closer and closer to spending it, with the exception of fiscal year 24-25, where they're over or anticipated to go over by about $6 million.
So in 1920, excuse me, fiscal year 1920, they underspent by 1.5 million. Fiscal year 2021, they underspent by 2.1 million. Fiscal year 21-22, underspent by 733,000. 22-23, underspent by 784,000. 23-24, underspent by 1.36 million.
Do we know if there were supplemental budgets in those years? There could have been. So there could have been, I guess,
I'm not sure.
they could have been on track and had supplemental budgets that they then undershot. Is that a possibility, or is this the first time we've talked about a supplemental?
We can check.
Okay.
And by the end of the year, there would be $1 million left over. And then next year, we're going to say for the last 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Because we're not counting.
Any
we're not
other
considering
discussion on the motion before we have a vote?
They could have got a supplemental budget 4 years running. As far as I'm concerned.
Is there a way for us to know whether that's, if they ever receive supplemental budgets like they're receiving now? To get to those, even though it says they're not spending their total, but was there a supplemental budget involved? Like, that's important to know. Like, are we just continuing a trend?
We can check it, but typically there's not a supplemental budget for additional general funds,
Okay.
but we can check it.
Commissioner Salas, do you remember?
I didn't hear the first part of your question.
So are we getting to them underspending their budget up until this year because they were receiving a supplemental general fund budget? I mean, funds?
I don't think so.
I didn't know if that's been a history. So like, will it show next year that they've underspent again if they don't use all of this $6 million we give them, right? Because we gave them a supplemental budget. I'm just wondering if we're padding this year after year with the supplemental
Well,
budget.
I think no matter what, I think you probably need to be, I'm not saying, this is not related to the sheriff at all, her personally or staff, but I think in any case, there's no, just because you pass a budget doesn't mean that they're gonna spend it all or fill all the positions, right? There's
Right, but
never
are
a
they not-
guarantee of that.
Right, but then are they actually exceeding what they originally got and asking for, like what we've done, a supplemental budget? And then we go back and look at it, it says, oh, they didn't, they've underspent because of the supplemental budget. Does that make sense? Am I explaining this correctly? Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I
So it's just a
think,
trend of supplementing with general funds, and then it looks like they underspent.
Yeah, I would highly doubt that that would fly.
I
Next time.
think staff is looking to see if supplemental budgets have been passed. Chair Roberts.
Yeah, I have some numbers here. It looks like in 22-23, the supplemental increase was 5.1 million. 23-24 is 2.7 is what I have.
Well, yeah, was that general fund?
Supplemental.
General fund
Fund,
support
yes,
looks
yeah,
like.
yeah.
That's, has the sheriff logo on it, the document.
So what I mean is when we say out loud, the sheriff's office has come under their general fund contribution 4 years running. That's not true, right? I mean, they haven't come under, right? Because they were over and then received a supplemental budget, and then after the supplemental budget, then they made it under. And so the next, we're gonna give them $6.2 million here this month, or you all are.
I voted
Maybe,
no.
maybe.
And they're gonna spend 5.2 million of it, and then then next year, we're gonna say that in 24, 25, they underspent their fund again. That's, I'm just trying to clarify, when you say they've underspent 4 years in a row, that's misleading.
We've been supplementing.
Yeah, they've been overspending and we've been supplementing.
And they've been underspending the supplement.
So I can see that in the last 2 years, there have been supplementals. What we need to understand is what caused that, because sorry, it's late and I can't remember right now. I know one of the years was the year that we merged parole and probation. So I know that one of the years, the increase was due to that. It's not that it was anything additional. We were already giving money to community corrections, but then they merged, and so that caused a supplemental. So we need to find out what amount that was and what year that was. But I don't want to say it was 22, 23, and so I'm asking staff to pull that and give us that information. I'm also seeing a supplemental that was done in 23, 24, and I've asked them to tell us what that was about as well. So we just need a minute to pull that up, and we'll be able to share it. Because I can see it in the system the same as I walked you through it, but what I don't know is why and when. Like, what month did it happen, and why did it happen?
Thank you. And while you're, yes.
I don't want to delay us anymore. Please don't do that on my account. I withdraw any request for you to do any of that work. That's unnecessary. My point was simply in response to Mr. Karn's question about the 4 years. I just think there's a little more to the story. And I yield, and please stop any work on that.
I think Chair Roberts had his card up and wasn't quite done, but then I'm definitely coming to you, Commissioner Helm.
Just real quickly, I wanted to ask Gary kind of his experience on the supplemental budgets? I know you've worked with the sheriff and.
I recall giving supplemental budgets to every sheriff since I've been administrator, including you, Sheriff Roberts. So I think what would be helpful in the future is to show multiple columns, budgeted,
Thank you.
amended, actual.
Thank you.
For the last several fiscal years, that answers all the questions, especially for the sheriff's office. What was budgeted? What was amended during the year? What were the actual spent for that year? 3 columns per year will answer all your questions. We can't have it tonight, but we can get that for you in the future, for sure.
I can share it. That's exactly what I have.
Okay.
Your microphone.
That's exactly what I have. So, Andrew, I could share the screen as soon as I link on.
Are there any diehards still watching us online?
Nobody.
Mr. Charles Gallia has been online this entire time.
Oh,
Hey, Charles, how you doing?
Hi, Charles.
I know, I know that name. I think I ran against him once.
Okay.
Neither of us won.
You got it?
Yes, can you see this? Okay, so I'm going to just show you up at the top. General fund, sheriff, so that's the filter. And I've narrowed it to general fund support. And let me make it bigger because I see you squinting. Okay, so let's do this. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's the adopted. I can see from adopted to amended, there's a change. Okay? And then you can see that then they came in actuals of 73.4. So the amended,
What year are you looking at?
this is FY 22-23. So amended was 74.2, actual 73.4. And let's go back to the original. It is greater than the adopted budget. So that year it was needed. I don't know what the cause of that was, and that's what staff is going to find out for me. And then in 23-24, I can see this again. Here's adopted, 74.6. Amended, we've got 77.4. And then I can see that they came in at 76.1.
Underneath.
Let's go back and see, it's greater again than the adopted budget, so the supplemental was also necessary then. And their projection wasn't too far off, they were just slightly under the projected amount.
All right, so let's go to Commissioner Hallam.
I don't think the what for is necessary. I think what this highlights is it's a pattern every year to have a supplemental budget because they can't meet their numbers, which is really concerning. And then that they come in under makes them look like a hero because it's not been showing on the budget. But I agree with Gary that this needs to be shown on budgets going forward, because not having that information at hand makes it really hard for us to make decisions.
Is that, all right, thank you. Chair Roberts?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about identifying what it's for, because there are reasons that justify it, and I'll give you some examples. The protests where we were working, the forest fires, COVID, where our staff was working way more overtime to just address the crisis and issue, and so you look back on it several years later and you kind of go, oh my gosh, why did they do that? I completely agree that you need to be able to highlight, what was the cause of that, and so that some of it, is justified. It can, look at the different situations that happened over that year that really are big influencers on it. So anyway, good point.
All right, Commissioner Savas?
Yeah, it might be just a great use of an asterisk to have those explanations, as well as that some of these things, when they happen, that we get funding for, right? Like fire emergency. I mean, we get, what's that recovery for FEMA money. Is it FEMA money or?
It's got special money during the wildfires, during a pandemic, we got CARES Act funds, ARPA funds, a lot of special one-time funds.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think probably the unfortunate part is if the FEMA money, let's just say, contributed $2 million to cover sheriff's office expense, for example, if that gets baked in, it's just really a one-time request, right? It gets baked in and suddenly becomes a new base.
Yeah, and just so you know, usually that money comes a couple years down the road. It's not.
Oh, it takes a long time. Oh, yeah. Oh, I totally get that.
All right. Is that the end of your point, or do you have more? I would like to move to a vote soon.
Yeah, let's move to a vote.
Clerk, please call the poll.
We haven't voted on this yet?
No.
No, we haven't.
Ms. Lee,
No.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Mr. Karn,
Aye.
Ms. Rader,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis,
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
No.
Chair Cernak.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-2, Chair Cernak.
All right, motion passes. Commissioner Savas.
Okay, just one short comment, and then I have a motion. I just wanted to say this is, we just passed, I think, the largest budget the sheriff's office has ever seen, obviously. But a motion I have right now is that any funding request from any department that exceed the budget amount above $150,000 shall be approved by the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
Any department.
Any fund?
What is,
Anything exceeding the budget.
You already get those.
No, we don't.
yeah, you do.
You do. It's by law. You have to.
No, I think, Gary, I think some of the accommodations that were made, for example, like the 13 to 5, or from 7 to 13, the board, you did it, but it didn't actually come before the Board of County Commissioners for a vote. Is that correct?
Yes, that's county policy that allows me to do that. That does not include the funding. That includes the FTE request. The funding requests come to you. Correct.
Well, to me, if you're saying yes, and the funding request comes to us after the fact, and the hiring is taking place, that's what I'm trying to prevent. I'm not critical of that example, but there have been examples where someone got a green light, they did it, and then we approve it later on. What I'm trying to do is say, no, I want to approve it up front, if it's above $150,000.
I think you're making the wrong motion then, if that's your intent.
Okay, then help me then.
Okay. That any if you're speaking about FTEs, which I think you are.
Well, no, not FTE. I'm not FTE. Any funding request that exceeds the budget amount above $150,000 shall be approved by the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, that also violates your Appendix C of your county code, so.
Which is?
That there are several director level and myself you've delegated to sign over 150K, and it does not go to the Board of County Commissioners.
Oh, but
Budgeted amount.
over budgeted appropriation, I think is what you're
Yes,
referring to.
that's the exception. Over the budgeted amount.
If I may ask a clarifying question, my understanding is if it's even $1 over the appropriated amount, that would require a supplemental budget as
Correct.
is. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yep,
So-
that's my point.
Okay, so no, okay, thank you.
If you need to change the word to budget appropriate, whatever you think, but I want to make it really clear, because essentially, if we allow that to happen, it is a supplemental budget.
And all supplemental budgets, for every dollar over the budget appropriation, which the board approves, and that will go to next month, any changes to that amount, that cap, does come to the board again.
After the fact. That's my concern. It happens after the fact. The fact is, if it's authorized and they go forward, then we're stuck with funding it.
I think we're talking about a timing issue,
Yeah.
because as you heard earlier from the sheriff, Finance says as long as you still have, as long as you're still under your appropriation, there's no need for a supplemental. And so that's where you get the time delay, like in the 13 positions, they're not going to be over their appropriation until later this year, even though the decision had been made to approve it. So Finance said, well, you don't need a supplemental now because you still have money. And you're saying you want to know about it before that time.
Well, yeah, and if you need to change the word to a budget appropriation, but you figure out the language that leads to essentially a supplemental budget, whatever that is. I'm trying to avoid that, so that if a supplemental budget is needed, it's gonna happen because of something authorized. I think the Board of County Commissioners need to know about it up front and approve it, up or down. So we're not arguing in June or May or June in budget season about why that supplemental budget occurred.
Yeah, there's the technicality of when a supplemental budget gets submitted, and then there is the real world of really knowing and understanding at the time it happens and not waiting until the technical budget runs out. So.
I think the scenario of the 13 new FTEs is unique. We have not had this experience before because it is timing, like Cindy is saying. The sheriff's office hasn't needed additional funds, which is the trigger to come to the board. But I believe what you're trying to say is if there is an approval for something that could in fact push them over the appropriation, you want at that time that pre-approval. So it is a timing issue. So, yeah, it's a timing issue. Could we have come prior in January to this board saying these 13 are going to push them $2 million potentially over the appropriation? And perhaps that's what we should have done at that time.
So I hear you loud and clear. You disagree with what I've done. I got it. I won't do it again. I don't think you need a motion to do that, but go ahead if you need to. I will never do that again, Commissioners. I'll come to you first in such an instance.
Well, Gary, I want the policy to outlive you, so it's not a matter of you. You know, policy can't be written about people. It's
That's
gotta
an
be
administrative
something-
policy
it's gotta-
I make,
That
so-
stands the test of time, that's embedded in there, and that's why the earlier motion was about code with regard to the forecast. I want it to stand the test of time. It's not about us, it's not about you. Respect you, right?
I respect
But-
you.
But we have to have, I think we gotta have these controls. We have 30 years to go.
Okay, so anybody want to give us the currently worded motion so we can decide if we have a second?
What tweak do we need to make that comprehensive?
It's really.
Can I ask a clarifying question since I seconded it? Any dollar amount over a budget appropriations has to get board approval?
Above 150,000.
But isn't it currently $1 has to come before us?
$1.
So
5 cents.
we don't want to increase it to 150 because currently if you're over that budget appropriations, you're outside of the law and you have to come and get approval by the Board of County Commissioners. So I don't.
I think Elizabeth has a clarifying point she wants to make, so I'll jump over to her.
Well, I was just going to suggest, so anything that is outside of the budget could then cause an overappropriation. So I would say any activity that could potentially be outside of the budget, a new project, a new expense, a new FTE, that needs to be brought. If it's not already included in the plan, which is our budget, then that could trigger going outside the appropriation, and then that could be brought to the board in
What I was trying to
advance.
do with the 150 is not usurp the administrator's authority to spend $150,000 without budget BCC approval. I didn't want to usurp that power.
Isn't that different if it's within budget appropriations? He already has that. This is outside the appropriation, so nobody really has that without the authority of the board.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think you may actually be creating an unintended consequence and actually creating a loophole for people under 150, where right now,
Okay, so
we're
I'll-
bringing something to you this next month, I think, for 20 cents.
All right, so
$1. Yeah,
clerk,
it's
could you
like
strike the
it's
words
rounded.
above
Because we're rounded.
150,000?
Okay. Do we have a second?
I still second it.
Okay.
Did we get there?
Ms. Lee?
Exceeds the budget appropriation.
Yes, else. I was just going to say that we trust Gary to do his job, and he does the oversight on this. And I don't see why it needs to come to the Board of County Commissioners unless it's a grievous thing.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and say I'm concerned that this could accidentally cause a whole bunch of things to come to you guys that you don't need to deal with. So I understand the intent and I support the intent, but I don't want to vote for it because I'm afraid it would break your ability to function. That's my impression.
I think, again, what's important, it comes to them now. They get anything, 1 second, Commissioner, it does come to you. The issue you're saying is because the way it works, it's not coming to you until the end of the year, even though the decision was made earlier in the year. That's the issue. It will come to you, but you want to know at the time of the.
Well, maybe we don't want to approve it, right? I mean, we spent, let's face it, we spent at least 8 hours, if not more, plus countless other hours outside this budget, talking about supplemental budgets and how much we all dislike them. So I'm trying to get in front of that. And it seems foolish right now to just set ourselves up for this next year again. Because we just signaled, by approving the supplemental budget, we just signaled it's okay to do this again. And again, and again. And I don't want to be here again on that, doing that same thing over again. If the board did it, then I'll take responsibility for it, right? The board will take responsibility for it. And it won't be, we won't be blaming a director or an elected official. It'll be on us.
Sandra,
So
did you?
I'm wondering if it's not that you want approval of the FTEs that Gary currently has, because technically, if a department had, let's say that actually, a perfect example, I'll pick on the clerk. They had 600,000 of a capital outlay. What if their project got delayed, and so then technically they have savings? So they would be under budget appropriation because the project got delayed. So technically, they could request a position and not have to come to you because you've said you only want to see budget appropriation issues that would cause a budget appropriation issue. So that's the unintended consequence. I'm thinking that you want positions to come to you, which is right now under Gary's purview.
Well, I think you kind of said it. You're right. I don't care about what comes under. I care about what triggers a supplemental budget. And if there's better language, I'm open to it.
Ms. Rader.
It seems to me that the problem is with these overages is the miscommunications between the two finance departments and the timing of their submittals and all of that, more than it is going over a budget appropriation. It seems to me that by correcting that communication error and with Gary's ability to approve up to certain amounts, it seems to me like you would have it covered. Correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, this whole problem is about the miscommunication between the two departments.
Well, I think you're kind of right, but let's just say DTD goes over their budget appropriation. Gary's out of the picture. With that there, that's just it'd be a violation clearly because they exceeded the budget appropriation, right? Maybe Gary didn't even know about it.
Is that possible?
May I add to that? We have a fabulous ERP system software that actually triggers and does not allow the spending over budget appropriations. So we have these, what do you call them? Budget errors. And so we actually get flagged if someone is trying to pay an invoice that exceeds that PO amount, the contract amount, or their line item amount. So we have safeguards, and there cannot be any surprises of over appropriations. And the team is monitoring these on a monthly basis. So when when departments are getting closed, there's conversations. And so we have safeguards all over the place to prevent this.
Well, I don't know when that tool became active, but it didn't work in one particular district for some expenditures I know that was picked up by an audit. Preceded,
well,
preceded
it was-
a lot of people around this table, but it's happened before.
We had it, 3 years, 4 years?
Yeah, I didn't want to say 4 years ago. It definitely came into play once the chart of accounts was all aligned.
So last year.
And we've had it now 4 years.
So it sounds like the overage was prior to that. Ms. Lee?
I call for the question.
Please, clerk, please call the poll.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
No,
Miss Lee,
No,
Mr. Rhodes,
Aye.
Miss Rader,
Aye.
Mr. Karn,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
No.
Chair Cernak.
No.
Motion passes 6-4, Chair Cernak.
Motion passes 6-4. All right. Do we have any other motions that we want to deal with before we move to adopt, or not adopt, approve a budget?
I have a question for you all. I don't have a motion, but I want to ask, because I won't say we tabled, but we worked around, do we want to have anything that speaks to a direction with regard to the boots on the ground or sworn officers? Is there any language, because we took that out of Commissioner West's motion?
Yeah, you had a motion.
And I thought we ought to address it, but before I put anything out there, I just want to get a sense of the room
So,
and
I-
what that would look like.
I'd like a straw poll or some informal indicator. I'm not comfortable putting that restriction in. And does anybody join me in that feeling? Okay, so it looks to me like there wouldn't be support for that motion to pass.
I didn't, well, maybe it's interpreted as a restriction. I thought it'd be more of a protection, right, and fulfillment of the levy. This was, I'm getting at, it's a twofold thing. So number one, my words were, if you heard me earlier, encourage, not request, not restrict. In other words, encourage the sheriff to maintain sworn positions and come back to the board with any strategies with regard to implementing the levy at its full potential.
If it's worded as suggest or recommend, I'm comfortable with that, but I don't want to be firm in saying you can't, if that makes sense.
But I don't want this to be received by the sheriff as, we encourage you to keep your full staff, and if there's a problem, come back to us. Because that sounds a lot like, come back and ask for a
Oh,
supplemental
yeah, well,
budget.
it wasn't, that's a good point.
problem.
That's a good point.
That is
So
the
That's a
problem.
problem.
I very much am tempted to just not touch that, so there's no confusion, and we
Balance the budget.
avoid the mess we've dealt with today next year. Commissioner West.
I think there has to be some indicator that we're super serious about the need to properly spend down the levy fund first, so that we don't have the same pressures on the general fund. It is clear that we operationally could not and should not direct her. That is her purview as sheriff, whether we agree or disagree as a committee. But I don't know if that's what you're getting to out of Commissioner Savas about making a stand about what we think would be a proper policy around utilizing levy dollars in the same way that even Chair Roberts did.
Well, what I'm concerned about is the sheriff did say, all respect to the sheriff, but the sheriff did say that, without some adjustments, she would need to lay off officers. And that bothered me when I can foresee maybe there's other ways of cutting the budget as opposed to laying off officers. So I am, or sworn, whichever, same thing, but that's my concern. My concern is I heard it. I think we all heard it, actually, if you listen intently. And when, again, there's money in the bank, there's $9 million sitting in there, I don't want to see a sworn officer laid off.
Well, and the intent.
I'm happy to come to you, but I think Commissioner Helm has her card.
No, I don't think it needs to be stated because it's already a policy. It's our 2011 board resolution that the levy dollars should have been used first. They should be spent down first. So it's already written down. Maybe this is just a reminder for them to do that.
Well, thank you for that. So I was thinking of that, but I was concerned that it actually expired. It was a 1 year, it was a 1 year mess, but if that's true, then if it's true that it's still in place, then let's just make that official.
Oh, I didn't know it was, I didn't know it had an expiration date.
I assumed it was relative to this year's budget direction.
Administrator Schmidt.
Board resolutions do not have an expiration date unless they're specifically written, so I'd have to
Is
check
there one
and see
written on
if
it?
one. I don't have a copy.
Is
in
there
front of
one
me.
written on that?
No, that was just, I just.
From what the
Well,
county council
Then I'm,
said?
then I'm happy. I mean, if that's the case, then the
Then
fact that we
if-
talked about it, now it's on public record, I'm not worried.
In the interest of moving on, I would like to suggest that that's looked into. If it did have some sort of expiration, that the Board of County Commissioners address that policy in a work session, and that we move on with budget matters here tonight. Ms. Rader, did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
As long as it says the intent of the levy, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all. Yeah.
All right, then. Any other things we want to do before we
Let's have a
consider?
sleepover. I brought my pajamas. Well, you did too.
Anybody want to make a motion?
Staff needs just a minute to give you an updated motion for the final budget adoption.
So, shall we do a,
Do you need a motion?
How much time do you need, staff?
For the disaster management.
Just go ahead and read that, make sure you're comfortable with it.
Oh, so we need a motion.
This is the final budget adoption, approval.
We also need a motion to increase the funds for disaster management for that one position.
152,000.
we did that.
They've already done that. You incorporate that in the final motion. They've already done that.
You think it's so?
Let's do a,
Let's take a short break, please.
yeah, 10 minutes or 15?
It lives on, yes.
15-minute recess. We are reconvened.
Okay, I wanted to get my stuff dropped off.
Does anybody have a motion that they would like to make?
Oh, you're right in it.
Yes, I am.
It's going to be on the screen here in a moment.
Is that you? Probably.
Getting a little, get out of
Yeah, don't be taking up my space.
Oh, I have a headache.
Yeah.
I like the light, for the lighting in the other room.
Yeah, why are we in here? Is it just more seats for people?
You're all at an even level as the tables. This is easier for the community to get to,
Okay.
and this
It's a
is
little
where you
cramped,
had
though. We need
the
bigger
meetings for many
tables.
years.
I want a table this size for each of us.
Thank you.
Oh.
So, I would entertain a motion. I will note, please be careful about reading behind the tax rates, the wording in parentheses to make sure we don't have any confusion on that front.
Okay, I move that the committee approve the 2025-2026 budget for Clackamas County amount of $1,506,206,254 with appropriations amount of $1,353,805,463 and impose the permanent tax rates of $2.4045 per $1,000 in assessed value for Clackamas County City and $2.9766 per thousand assessed value in Clackamas County rural, and a public safety local option levy of 0.3680 per 1,000 assessed value, and the amount of $6,110,000 for general obligation bond debt service.
Do we have a second?
Second?
All right. It has been moved and seconded that the committee approve the 2025-2026 budget for Clackamas County in the amount of $1,506,206,254, with appropriations in the amount of $1,353,805,463, and impose the permanent tax rates of $2.4042 per $1,000 in assessed value for Clackamas County City and $2.9766 per $1,000 in assessed value for Clackamas County Rural, and a public safety local option levy tax rate of $0.368 per $1,000 in assessed value, and the amount of $6,110,000 for general obligation bond debt service. Is there any further discussion?
Dizzy.
I don't see any. Okay, Commissioner West.
No, just turn your mics on so we can vote.
Clerk, can you please call the poll?
Mr. Karn.
Aye.
Ms. Rader.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Ms. Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Cernak.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-0. Chair Cernak.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Karn.
Yes, I promise to keep this, and this is just brief. It's a comment. So everything that we've gone through this year and last year, it's been challenging. There's no doubt about that. But however, there is no indication that we might not face these same challenges next year. I think it's certain. With the unknown, what's going to happen federally is money that might be cut and trickle down. Who knows what happens statewide? We live in a state, it's my personal opinion, that, has no problem passing more tax on its citizens. And certainly I don't like that as a taxpayer. However, being on this committee, I tried to think of a way where I could do something meaningful and be helpful and offer some sort of a solution that would help us maybe next year and the years to come. So I really think that these challenges that we're having, now, you could argue about the courthouse, whether it was a good idea or a bad idea. We're not going to, because it's built, as we all know, and it's going to serve a great purpose. But in thinking about this, I think the county, and this is something later for Administrator Schmidt and you as commissioners, I would hope that you would give time to consider. I really think a possible option that might help us in the future as it relates to everybody who needs money under the general fund and so on is to give consideration to the sheriff's office being its own taxing entity. Now, that's not an easy thing to do. I know that is a simplistic statement. However, it works. Deschutes County Sheriff's Office did it a few years back. I used to work in a fire district that did it. We all know school districts and special districts that do it. The main reason why I like it is because it gives the taxpayer, the voter, the option to decide what kind of service or how much service they want. And I like that because, how you feel strongly about or not strongly about anything, schools, in this case law enforcement, You can make that decision. So the voter can make the decision on how much money they want to pay, right? Instead of the rest of us or other boards having to sit there and go back and forth in a situation like this where everybody's fighting for a piece of the pie. And I just really hope, I know that's a lot of work, and I know it's not something that happens overnight. I know it's going to have lots of moving parts, but I really do think that it's something that you could look at as an option to help with future funding problems. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the committee for taking the time to stick here. I would really like to thank staff, both the staff in the room at the table, behind the window running the AV stuff, the guys and gals that got us food and are manning the doors, front desk, everybody, thank you. As a personal note to the Clackamas Board of County Commissioners, similar to what Mr. Karn said, I would encourage you going forward in the next year to consider ways to come up with alternate revenue streams so that we can help alleviate some of the push and pull, whether that's a tweaked levy, a special district, anything. I hope you guys are able to consider options. That's all policy stuff I don't want to get involved in personally. That's a personal note. Anybody else have any comments they want to make before we wrap this? Commissioner Salas.
First, I want to thank our staff for putting up with us, and I know we put you all through a lot of hell. A lot of work, so thank you. And then on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, I want to thank all our volunteer members once again for your commitment to being here. So. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, everything. Sandra, your work on that program has just made it so much better.
Are your hands cramping?
I will, do you have any comments, Gary?
And you.
Just thank you to the incredible staff. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, our volunteer members.
Yeah.
All right. Then I think the biggest thanks we could do is somebody move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. Second.
All right. Clerk, please call the poll.
Do we have to pull on that?
I decided.
Mr. Karn.
Sorry.
Move to adjourn, yes or no?
Absolutely.
Ms. Rader.
Yes.
Commissioner Savas.
Sure, why not?
Mr. Rhodes.
Good night.
Commissioner West.
No.
Miss Lee.
Rebel.
James, arrest him.
Miss Lee.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Schrader.
Oh, aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Good God, yes.
Chair Roberts.
Yes.
Chair Cernak.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-1, Chair Cernak.
Motion passes 9-1. We are adjourned.